Hey everybody, it is Monday once again, and this Monday, Mr. Michael Brauer. Michael, how are you, sir?
I'm excellent, Andrew. And you?
I'm doing well. I am not currently receiving a blizzard the way you are.
Ooh, I hope that, we don't lose everything in the middle of this interview because I know it's going to be a special one, but it is coming down about 2 or 3 inches an hour easily.
Wow, how much you got so far, do you think?
I'd say I probably have 2 feet.
Nice. But you got heating. You
I
have a
got I
bunker?
got a backup generator. I don't care. The only thing
Oh,
I might do, and as long as the internet doesn't go down, which is unrelated to the power because I got a backup generator, we should be good.
all right. Excellent. So we're doing it from the bunker. So
Exactly. I am in the bunker.
you are in the bunker, which I love. So look, as I say every week, I like to do these things chronologically. And you start off with a very interesting first 7 years because you were in France for the first 7 years of your life, right?
I was first my first language
In Paris?
in yeah, pretty much in Paris. My grandfather was an acupuncturist. He actually introduced acupuncture to France at
Wow.
a very young age. He was actually a surgeon, ear, nose, and throat, and he went to I think it was China and learned acupuncture and was like, wow, this is amazing, and came back and like and started going in that direction. He was laughed at by all the other doctors and stuff, and he got the last laugh when he was getting their terminal patients and he was curing them, so it was
Wow.
yeah, something. So yes, I grew up with my grandfather, with my mother and my grandfather and my grandmother, right in the middle of Paris. And so yeah, it was Paris. Sometimes we went to Brittany. Sometimes it was Lizzie Somme down in the south. I had I had a pretty good childhood. It was interesting, although my father wasn't in the picture. he,
Right.
he came in later. It's one of those, international kidnapping stories, which wasn't considered back then. Sorry, mom. You didn't kidnap me. You just borrowed me for a while.
But it took your dad 7 years to think like, nah, I'm gonna go get him back.
It took him 7 years to get me back.
Right. Right. Wow. So okay,
Yeah.
so then after France, so you ended up back in New York at 7, right?
Yes. He was industrial designer, and he had a little office, and he had bought a house in the city on 60th Street between Second and Third, and yeah, and so that's where I grew up.
Right. Awesome. So you must have started playing drums while you were still in New York, right? That was a pre-college thing.
Yeah, it was when the Beatles were playing, and like I was beating on all the furniture, and he one day he comes into the room and he's like looking at all the dings in the furniture. Michael, what's this? I was like, hey, I'm playing drums. He goes, wait, let me get you a drum pad, and then eventually got me some drums. And in his office, there was a great basement. He had this amazing little wine cellar, and then this other open, and and he even had built a train. What do you call, on
Like a
top
model
of a
train? Yeah.
model train on top of a I think it was a ping pong table, and he had the mountain and the
Oh
whole thing, and it
man.
was unbelievable. Now that I think about it, how spoiled was that?
God,
But
a drum
then there
kit and a
was a
train setup. That's like I mean, I had a good childhood. I'm not complaining, but that was my dream.
well, I was living your dream, Andrew. And so in the back, he he I got my Ludwig Black Pearl
Wow.
Ludwig set, right? And there was this little record player, um, top went up, and the local electrician who fixed everything in that house um, modified it a little bit so I could actually so there could be a headphone plug-in, right? So I was wearing my headphones and banging away and playing, you know, I think the Kinks or whatever was
Wow.
going on. Yeah,
That's amazing. So what age was that when you really started playing drums, do you think?
that would have been probably around 16, I think.
Right. And all self-taught, just playing along to stuff, learning.
Yeah, I mean, I did take some lessons from a jazz drummer, but I think he fired me.
You're holding the snare stick wrong. That's why. You know,
Yeah,
no
I was
playing
like, I wasn't
traditional.
doing this. I was doing bang, bang, you know.
Right. That's
But
amazing. So, but Ringo was the inspiration. Like that was it.
it was it, it was Ringo, but it was also I think Sandy Nelson. No, no, it was. Yeah, I think there was a great drummer back then. I think his name was Sandy, and I had all his records, and yeah, it was just, and I would play to them, and um, yeah, whatever was good at that time. You know, I just buy the vinyl, put
Right.
it on,
Learn how to play it.
crank it up, play it.
That's amazing. So, were there any other musicians in the family or not really?
None.
None.
I don't know how this happened.
It's and the fact that you started off with a Ludwig, I mean, that's pretty good.
Well, my dad was a good man.
So look, so you say industrial designer, but we got to narrow that down because now I'm intrigued. What was he designing? What kind of stuff?
He was doing. Uh, I don't know if you ever saw this, but he was doing a lot. He was doing the packaging for Winchester, and he came up with this design where it was a plaid, right? It was a red and black plaid, and in each of those little squares, he had a different animal in it, and it was for X something guns. I can't remember anymore, but it was a particular bullet, right? And so and it was for the Winchester guns.
Wow.
And he did that, and then he did a lot of the annual reports and logos and stuff for Brooks Brothers and different shipping companies.
Wow.
And
So I mean now that would be kind of branding, like it's its own thing to just do the logos or
yeah,
graphic design
that's
part,
right,
but
right.
wow.
And he
Amazing.
would be all night long because with annual reports, you have to cut all the wording and set it up on the page and stuff. Today, I mean, what took him all night long, and I still had the smell of the rubber cement
Right.
that he would, with a little big nasty looking rubber eraser, that would get all deformed, and he would be doing that, and until like 4 a.m. to get these annual reports done. And today would take, I don't know, an hour at
Yeah.
the most. I mean, it's crazy.
Wow. Amazing. Amazing. So, all right. So you're growing up in New York, you're playing drums. Did you start playing with other people at that point, or was this really just an on your own thing?
Just on my own.
So
I
you didn't
had
start
no
playing with
idea
people till college then?
until in prep school.
Right.
And right, well, prep school. Well, yeah. Actually, wait a minute, let me think about this. So I graduated when I was 21, some 18. Yeah. No, I was in prep school and I was playing a little bit, definitely in prep school. And um, I remember the first time when Hendrix came out and I tried to play Hendrix. And I was like, oh, it was just like, no, I mean, the way he was playing as a jazz drummer.
Yeah.
And, and now it was coming back to haunt me, the lack of jazz that I was playing. And, and I really had to, like, hey, Joe, that first song is like, wait a minute, why isn't this easy? And then same with Cream, when Cream was playing, you know, and Ginger Baker would play the opposite on the 4, you know, the kick was on the 2 and the snare was on the 4, right? Or no, I mean the snare was on 1 and the
Yeah.
kick was on 2. You know, Sunshine of Your Love. I was like, whoa.
And did that
You know,
inspire you, or did it just piss you off?
well, it definitely started by pissing me off because I come around the toms and then I'd always end up
Right.
back on kick on 2. I mean, snare on 2 and kick on 1. It was like, it took a while, but there was a kid at school there who was really, really great. And he had a Gretsch kit, right? And he was playing beautifully the all the Cream stuff. I mean, he really and he had the double kick.
Right.
He was really, really cool. He was great. I was like, wow, he's so good. And I had my little band. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
Right. So then off to Ohio for college.
Yeah.
What? Just how? Like,
because I wanted to get far away from the East Coast, and basically, I think I was a bit rebellious, and my dad was a bit controlling, you know, and I was like, well, let me just get far away from all this, and I didn't quite go far enough. Somehow I ended up in the middle, where life was so much slower.
yeah.
People weren't in a rush, you know. I'd be waiting at, you know, at Aunt B's grocery store, and you know, there'd be somebody in front of me, and they'd just be chatting away. I'd be like, I gotta get out of here, you know. Let me check it out. Let me check out, you know. They were like, so Beatrice, what's going on, you know? And I'd be like, I just gotta check out. So I got used to that life.
Right. And did you enjoy it, or you just got used to it? I'm only asking because I grew up in Ohio for a bit and then moved to New York, but it is such a different pace that some people like the change and some don't.
I just adapted to it like anything. I just adapt to it and make the best of it, and you know, and then that's it. I don't think about it anymore. You know, I had my buddies who were in the band. You know, we had our own band, so they were my bandmates, but they were my best friends.
Right. And is this is Jesus Green? Jesus Green. Anyone looking it up?
Gezus.
Yeah.
I doubt there's anything. I doubt you can Google that. But yeah, and we just played our own stuff, and
so that wasn't
fun,
covers,
man.
that was writing.
Oh yeah, well, I don't know if you'd call it writing, but it was definitely our own stuff. You know, and we just, yeah, we liked it. We just did our own thing.
And did that, I mean, because at some point you made the decision, like, hold on a second, this is kind of the world I'm going to live in. So was it during that, or was it after?
No, you know, it's interesting because I went to Heidelberg I wanted to be a veterinarian my whole life. Like, you know, in my earliest days, like, you know, in 8th grade in the little, you know, yearbook, it says, you know, aspirations, veterinarian. And then when I left prep school, it was the same thing, veterinarian. And then I
Wow.
go to college and I'm like, my dad said, now, Mike, you know, you're going to have to study. So you're going to leave your drums home. And I was like, oh, okay. Because the first year, got to leave them home for the first year. I was like, okay. Man, I think by the end of the first day, I already found my guitar player and my bass player. You know? Night hadn't even fallen yet. You know?
Right.
But I really wanted to get into, you know, medical, and it was pre-med there. And the courses that I was taking, they were just unbelievably, well, yeah, I mean, they were boring, and the professors were horribly boring. and I would be studying this, and I constantly fall asleep on my science book, and after about 4 or 5 months or something, I was starting to get really depressed because I couldn't play any music.
Right.
And eventually I told my dad, I called him, I said, Dad, I, I, I love animals, but I don't think I can become a veterinarian. My grades were like,
And that's without playing in the band.
yeah. So I said, Dad, I think I'm going to need to change my major, and he was like, what? I was going to be a doctor. And he's like, well, why can't you be a musician on the weekend? I was like, Dad, I can't be a weekend musician. It's like he didn't understand that. So he shipped the drums out. I changed my major to speech and theater. And interestingly, it was because of speech that I really, really understood. We had a debate course. And I found it fascinating that on a debate, you'd be on a debate team and you would argue one side of an issue. And then the next week, and so you'd have all the days to get all your evidence, why this is the issue, you should go in this direction, right? And the next week, we'd have to switch roles.
Right.
And we'd have to be convincing why that isn't the way to go. And I was like, isn't it amazing that whoever wins is just a better debater?
Yeah.
Right. It's like lawyers too, who wins? The better lawyer. And because you just learn how to debate. And I was thought, wow. So what's important here is that I learn how to articulate my ideas and give it a selling point that convinces the other person to go with me with my idea or something, right? And so I found that fascinating. I learned a lot from that alone. That was enough for my college.
Right.
All the tuition my father paid for. Like,
well, I gotta be honest. That's more than a lot of people get out of college. So that's pretty good. But it's an interesting thing. I mean, this has nothing to do with anything else, but it's a really interesting take on things because at that age, you're generally quite the idealist. You feel ridiculously strongly about whatever the hell you feel strongly about. And to get that revelation of, in so many situations, it doesn't matter at all what you actually believe. It only matters what you argue. Was that a little bit devastating as well? Or you thought that that's almost like a superpower? Like you can believe anything you want to believe at any time?
I just found it. I guess it could be a superpower. I hadn't used it yet. But I knew it could be there if I worked at it.
Right. So the powers of persuasion it's a big deal, a really, really big deal.
It was a big deal, along with all my other insecurities and the fact that I was a good drummer, but not a great drummer, that became an issue after, because once we graduated, we kept the band together.
Right.
And we got this little house, farmhouse, and we went on the road for 2 years, but we were a cover band.
But this is Silverhoof, right? This is no longer Jesus Green.
Where are you getting this?
It's out there. It's out there.
Yes, it was Silverhoof. And what we did was we had our 3-piece band. We were playing rock and doing all types of our own thing, and I think sometime, and then we actually got a great harmonica player, Mark Holland, I think is his name. And then Laszlo was on guitar, Rick was on bass. And then we had Paul who played organ. So it was a point where we had a really good band. And then we were playing, cover stuff, our own stuff, but it was a really good band. And then by the last year, and then there was another band on campus, and they were all music majors, right?
Right.
They played, marching band and everything, but they had their own horn band and singer and stuff. And so on the last year, we decided to merge. And so they got rid of their rhythm section and they kept the singer, and the two trumpet players, and that became the new band. And the reason why it was Silverhoof, because it was the guy who had the big band, his name was Ron Silverlight, and has two great brothers, Terry, who's a great drummer, and Barry Miles, who's Barry Silverlight. And so we call it Silver. I don't know where the hoof came from.
Because Silverlight's not a terrible name either, but
that's true. But I think, we probably went, it can't be your name. It's
yeah,
my band
exactly.
too. So
yeah.
I don't know where hoof comes out of Brauer, but somehow, Silver Brauer. Yeah, that would have been stupid. So probably we ended up with hoof, which makes it sound like we were a country band, but we played funk. we
right.
played R&B,
So is this
so
when you were like really into the Ohio Players and that stuff?
Totally.
Yeah.
Average White Band, Tower of Power, Kool and the Gang. I mean, everything. And then we had a whole soul revival, because that got us an extra like $600 a night or something if we had a soul revival. So we had like a 45-minute or something set, or a 1-hour set, and we played all the soul stuff. But it was
lost you for a second. It was really something.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you know what, I lost you too, but we're back.
Yeah.
So what did I say? The band was just really tight.
Right.
You heard the part where I say we did soul revival. Yeah, it was a really tight band, and it was fun. I even met a drummer there that was some really well-known soul band, and he liked the way I drummed, and I was like, oh my God, you like the way I drum? I said, can I learn more from you? So I used to drive 4 hours to Indiana to get lessons from him for like three hours, and until one day I went there and his dog bit me really bad, so I didn't go there anymore.
Wow.
Really bad, man. Like,
that's not cool.
No, I was like, that's not cool. I guess I'm gonna cut with the stop.
Wow. So at this point, though, you're getting in. I mean, you're already into sound and recording a bit, right? Because I mean, this all started while you're in the band.
Yeah, because I got myself a TAC 2-track, and there was a guy there at the college that was recording the bands, and he had himself a tape deck and microphones, and he knew what he was doing, right? And I went to him and I was like, I really want to learn how to record, because I want to record my band's rehearsals and stuff. And he wouldn't show me.
Wow.
No. And I was like, wow. And so I had to learn on my own, but I know where I am now. I don't know where he is now. I know where I am now.
So where'd you learn from? What were the resources then?
None.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the beginning of Mix Magazine, maybe.
I didn't know what Mix Magazine was.
Yeah. So
I just had 2 microphones, and the way I learned is the other guys in the band just kept yelling at me. I can't hear myself. All I hear is you, Brauer. I'm like, well, I'm playing drums. Because, well, it's no good, man. So I had 2 microphones, and I moved them around this house that we had, to the point where they stopped bitching at me. Right. And that was the balance, right? And then when we'd go on the, play a club, I was the sound guy at the club. So I had the PV mixer.
With the built-in spring reverb, knobs. Right?
Yeah, and the big knobs and stuff.
Yeah.
And then the speakers that were on stands. And I think we graduated to something really big with a horn in it. It was impossible to get it into the truck. It was such a pain. But anyway, and so I would just do the sound, and I could kind of tell how it was bouncing off the wall or the people. I would change it when more people got on, And I was recording. I had a little cassette player or something, and I would record the set, and then I'd go back, afterwards and listen and see how I was doing, not only just for sound, but mostly how's my playing, how's the band playing,
Right.
what can we do better? And so I was having fun just doing that naturally, and when I graduated, my dad set me up because he realized I really, really wanted to do this. And he got me Eastman School of Music. I don't know if they still do it now. Used to teach like a 2-week and a 3-week course during the summer.
Right.
And all the great engineers would come to this, right? And 3 weeks for a beginner and 2 weeks for advanced. I didn't have time for the 3 weeks. I only had time for the 2 weeks. So you can imagine, I had no idea what anybody was saying. I still have the little book that I wrote everything down. Like, what is wet? What's cardioid? What's spring? And I'd always lean over to some guy and go, what's wet mean? What's EQ? Mid-range? What's that? The guy would look at me and he goes, you're advanced? I go, not really. But
Wow.
But Phil Ramone was teaching there, both Green brothers, several others, and yeah, that was actually instrumental. I mean, I have to say that being in a band, my biggest fear of leaving is that I wouldn't be able to continue performing.
Right.
That's what kept me in the band for an extra 8 months, because there's nothing like when the whole band's playing, how good that feels, when it's tight and the audience is loving you, right? And I thought, well, what is engineering like? I literally thought, is that like a train engineer? Is it like a computer engineer? Which computer was just starting then, none of this seems to have soul in it, right? Didn't feel like that to me. And when I went to this 2-week course, I was like, oh boy, everything everybody was saying was so intimidating, so scary to me. I was like, this isn't like performing at all, man. I have to study. I have to, where's the performing? I guess I can't perform if I'm going to be an engineer, which, is wrong. And one evening after these courses during the day, the engineers would get together just to, talk shop and stuff. And one evening, it's Phil Ramone at the end of the table, and then another engineer. He could have been maybe Dave Green or Ed Green, one of them. They were at the end, and there was like 10, 15 people. I was maybe 2 away from Phil. And I'm just listening, and I'm concerned. I'm bummed, to be honest.
Right.
I'm bummed.
Because the thing that you thought was going to be your life's work is now turning out to be kind of boring.
Well, I don't know that it was life's work, because at that point it's like, it's just a 2-week thing, and then I'm going to go in the band. As far as I'm concerned, my band was going to, I was going to be a great drummer or something, right? Or have a great band. And halfway through the conversations, I'll never forget these words. I think it was Ed Green says to everybody, he goes, Phil's got the quickest fingers in the business. And I'm thinking, what does that mean? What does that mean? He's got quickest fingers. Who cares? Like, what's he do? Right? And he goes, I was looking at him, I said, what do you mean? And he goes, well, when he's riding those faders, just like this, when he's riding those faders, he knows everything, and all I see is this, right? And I remember where everything just slowed down at that minute, like a light bulb just blew up. And I'm looking around at everybody going, do you know what he just said? I'm just like, and everybody's like this. I'm like, am I the only one that gets it here? I can still be a performer. Right. I just don't have to play drums. I can play a desk, right? And I don't know that he literally was saying that, but to me, certainly was, because he was, it was like movement. He was
Well,
moving. He was playing it,
yeah, and
right?
probably for everybody else there, they're taking that part for granted because they know what engineering is. They've done a bit. They're there to learn some technical stuff, and they don't even realize how important that side of it is.
I don't know if I agree with you
No?
because do you know how many engineers just don't do anything? They just like move a fader for balance sake. They don't realize that mixing has nothing to do with that. It's not about balancing. It's about just bringing out the emotion and just getting into it and going away for like a couple hours and, on a mix trip and then coming back. I don't think a lot of, I can't imagine anybody at that table,
Really?
but who knows? That was
Yeah,
100
yeah.
years ago, right? But to me, and if they did, fine. But to me, this was everything. This was the moment that changed my life.
Right.
Because at that point, I was like, okay, I can perform. I love the idea of recording. I don't have to be on stage anymore. Being on stage isn't what was addictive. Performing, with a band and acceptance, which is to a form, it's on stage. But I love that feeling. But I didn't love it. I didn't love it. I didn't love the travel. I didn't love a
Getting
lot of
those
that
speakers
stuff.
in the van.
Yeah. And so, but to be behind the scene and still perform in my head, I don't know yet. This hasn't happened. I go back and I'm playing with a band and, we're doing Aretha, I'm playing. I used to get so into Bernard Purdie,
Mm-hmm.
the King of Fatback. And so I was always playing records that he was drumming on. But in the back of my mind, I thought, and I became, and of course, that's why when I was recording the band and stuff, there was a certain energy I was trying to just get to make, I didn't want to just record the event like a document. I really wanted to, like, when you hear them, the evening, I wanted you to feel that there was a lot of energy, right? There's a difference.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was very inspirational for me. Huge. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't gone to that. Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah. It's amazing. So was it a definite, like, okay, now I'm ready to quit the band and go try and do this?
After 6 or 8 months of depression, I knew I had to do something.
Right.
I hated the life. I mean, I'd wake up in the morning and I was just aching all over. I forgot what it was like to smile. I hated being in the band. I really, and these guys, they had their own agendas. One of them was drinking way too much. And he eventually became an alcoholic. Another one was doing way too much drugs. And another one, my best buddies were no longer in the band, right?
Right.
Laszlo on the guitar had left. He was the first one to leave. And then Rick, the bass player, he was a great guy, but he only wanted to party. And as soon as I started learning funk, he didn't know how to play funk at all. And so eventually, he left and we got replaced. And then the soul of the whole thing just went out the window, right? And I was dependent on these other 5 people for my success. And I could not see ever being successful with that, So yeah, eventually I said, okay, we're done. I'm breaking up the band. And it was very interesting. I have a picture which I'll send you one day. Remember in Newsweek when Bruce Springsteen, The Making of a Superstar, I don't know if you remember. It was a very important. It was on the front of Newsweek, and it was a picture of Bruce Springsteen, and it's like, and he was just breaking. It was with the E Street Band, right? And he made Newsweek. And that was the week that was it. Breaking up the band. We had this synchronized outfit. We were all in this ridiculous fluorescent we traded between fluorescent blue polyester and fluorescent red polyester. It was just awful. And it was so uncomfortable. Anyway, I threw all that clothes in the corner, right? Because I was done. I would never wear that stuff again. And then there was this Newsweek, and I'm like, not for me. You know, here's this guy who's going to become a superstar. What am I? I'm a total loser in some dump, right? And I am leaving this. And I threw that in the middle of the clothes. I said, you know, I should document this one moment because this is what happens to so many of us, right? There's a guy who made it, and then everybody else is me, right? I was like, I don't want that to be my life. I want to go somewhere, you know? And so I made the decision then. I never looked back, man. And we were in Florida when we broke up, man.
Oh, wow.
We were in Cocoa Beach, Florida. I had to drive all the way back, 25 hours, back to McCutcheonville. None of us were talking to each other. As many bands, you know, that's the scenario when they break up. You know, they're like, it was awful. Man, I packed up and I came back home to the East Coast and stayed with my dad a little bit as I decided, okay, I want to be an engineer. So now I got to start going to studios and, you know.
Right. So, but didn't you start out looking at studios in Chicago, or do I have that wrong?
Yes, because of the Ohio Players.
Right.
Right. They made their records in Chicago at a studio, I think called Paragon Studio, maybe. I don't remember well anymore. And so I was like, wow, man, I love Ohio Players. I want to go to a studio that's got, you know, the funk. And so I went there, and I also went to many other studios in that city. You know, with my little, you know, what do you call it? The
little resume thing. And
my little resume, you know,
right.
And most of them go, poof, and you see this pile, and go, poof. I was like, I'll never hear from them again. And I kept going. And then these little studios, I went to a few, but I remember that one specifically because the first thing they did is there was like 10 or 15 of us in this room, and we had these little, you know, school chairs, you know, and we were given a test.
Wow.
I was like, exactly. I was like, oh, wow, man, I'm not good with tests, man. I am not good with tests. Not to mention, I had no idea that 2 weeks, right. It wasn't like it was ingrained in my head because I had no idea what they were talking then. Why would I have any idea now?
And what kind of stuff were they asking you?
What are the different patterns for a 57 or a 421 or a Neumann 87? You know, what are 414? What are the different patterns? I'm like, what are patterns?
Right. Yeah, there's Argyle, there's checkered. Yeah.
You know, and you know, what is the wet dry? What, you know, all these technical questions, and even some electronic questions, you know. And I was like, I failed this thing. Maybe one of the best failures of my life at that point. I was like, whew. And so the guy calls me in, you know, it's my turn. He's like talking to each person, you know. He's like, you don't know anything about this. And I was like, isn't that what you learn by being an intern? He's like, well, you know, you're kind of old, you know. I was like, yeah, that's because I know what I want now. Right? I was 25 or something. I was like, he's like, well, you're going to be mopping. You're going to be, you know, you're going to mopping for like a year or so. And I'm like, okay. So, is that it? He goes, yeah, I don't really see the potential with you. I was like, okay.
All right.
And I left. And I can tell you this, that when I got a job eventually at Media Sound, all I wanted to do was have my first gold record and send it to them. Here's that who you thought was a loser. Here, put that on your wall.
Well, let's
But
get you
revenge,
there.
revenge is sweet when you just do it in a nice way. Let them hear it on the radio. That's the best revenge
Yeah.
right there.
All right, so nothing works out in Chicago. So you went back. Did you go back to New York? Like, okay, now I'm going to check out New York studios, or
Yep.
it was
Yep.
right?
Yep. Interestingly, Ron knew this guy in Jersey who was a recording engineer. You'll love this. Guess who it was? And so he recorded my band. He'd recorded, I think, 2 or 3 songs, right? That they were covers. Ed Stasian
Oh, you're
was
joking.
the engineer. No, and he had just done Back to what's it called? Back to Georgia? No. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. This is where it becomes embarrassing now.
That's all right. Mark will save us. He will.
Yeah.
Mark will look it up and text me, and I'll look like a genius.
Yeah.
Because I'm terrible with this too.
Last Train to Georgia.
Right.
Last Train to
Clarksville? No, he didn't do
No.
Monkeys.
Not the Monkeys. Oh my God, the famous singer. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Oh, I hope this doesn't continue for too long during this. But
That's all right.
Anyway, most of you are listening. Go, yeah. We know who that is. And so he had recorded. He was hot, and many years later, when he was working at Media Sound on a regular basis. I mean, he was almost staff, but he wasn't quite staff. But he was there. He was like a regular guy. I reminded him who I was. That's great. It was great. So where was I going with this?
Well, let's go back. Let's get you back to New York. So you
Okay.
went to A&R looking for a gig, right?
Right.
Which is Phil Ramone's place. Obviously, you'd done the class with him. Seems like a logical place to start.
That's right. And I had, and again, it was one of those. It's just fate. Things were up there. That, they were watching over him. You're going to become an engineer. This is how you're going to do this, right? First, you're going to meet Phil Ramone. You're going to discover this is the direction you want, and then you're going to go to A&R. And so I go there, and I really need. Milton was his name.
Oh, Last Train to Boston by ELO. Did Ed do that?
No, not Last Train to Boston.
You don't mean Midnight Train? Not Midnight Train to Georgia.
Midnight Train to Georgia.
Ed did that?
Yeah.
Why do I not know that?
Well, you
Holy
do now.
shit.
What a great sound, right?
Unbelievable. Wow. Okay, anyway,
and who's
sorry.
the singer?
The famous singer who did... God.
And the Pips.
Gladys Knight.
Thank you.
Gladys Knight, who my mom met in a car wash once. Okay.
Wow.
Anyway, moving on.
All right. Boy, that was easy.
Wow. It's late.
Wow. Both these guys have got dementia. Well, yeah, I've had it for all my life.
But that's why we're here. We're here to document
our
our dementia. That's
exactly.
the point.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you're at A&R.
So Milton. Oh, I'm so glad I remembered his name. I meet with him, and we're talking, and I'm telling him, how much I love music, and at this point, I already know, like, please don't give me a test, right? Because I'm not going to do well at it, and I don't care. If I can play drums, I can certainly play something that only needs 2 hands. So he's looking at me and he goes, Michael, the way it works here is you're going to be manning the elevators for about 8 months. And then you won't even see a studio. You won't be able to go inside. And then you get into the point where you start stocking the studios, and you work your way up. And he said, I really like you. You got something, but I don't think you should wait this long. You know, you're 25. You gotta, you, he says, hold on a second. And he picks up the phone and he calls his good friend Susan Planer at Media Sound. I said, Susan, I got this kid here. Why don't you make a little time and meet him? And he hangs up. He goes, okay, here's the address. Go there now. I was like, okay. And so I make it over to Media Sound. Mind you, my father had made me, I had hair out to here, right? I had an afro. And he made me cut it when I guess when I first went to Chicago or something. So I had really tight, short hair that already made me feel totally insecure. And he made me wear a 3-piece suit to all these meetings in New York. Anyway,
Well, he obviously knew the record business quite well.
Yeah, quite well. And so I'm in the lobby of Media Sound, and I am the only one that looks like I'm there to check the accounting. You know, everybody's walking around in a jogging out, you know, or jeans or t-shirt, you know, and I'm sitting like this, and I'm like just beat red. I could feel I'm sweating, just, you know, realizing like, why did he make me do this, you know? But anyway, I get a call to see Susan, and she was so nice. And she's looking at me, you know, and she goes, you know what? I don't usually do this, but I want you to meet the other two owners. It was John Roberts and Joel Roseman and Bob Walters, actually the third owner, Bob Walters. And so the first person that actually I needed to meet was Bob Walters. That's what she said. She said, go upstairs and meet Bob Walters. So I go up these narrow staircase to the third floor, and I sit down, and he looks at me, you know, and these are little things in life where you'll never forget them, because I've already told this story. So I mean, it's always refreshing, you know, or refreshed. But I remember him going, da, 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 you know, what do you know? And I go, I don't know anything except music. I can tell you this, I know music. I know what's good. I know what's bad. All you got to do is teach me the console and the microphones, because I know music. And he was like, And then he goes, well, you know, I've just, you know, I interview like 3 or 4 you guys a day. He goes, you know what you are to me? And I was like, oh, here we go. Because you're like a can on a shelf. I was like, a can on a shelf. He goes, yeah, so which shelf are you on? Are you on the one that I'm going to notice, or are you on the one on the no parking? It's like, I go, I'm not a can, you know, like I don't know if I said that, because the last thing I need to do is be confrontational, but I was just like, I'm going to be good. I'm going to be good for you, you know? And then he looks at me and he goes, you know, you look a lot like our star engineer, Michael DeLug. If you're half as good as him, you'll be fine. Those are the only 2 things I remembered for that conversation. And then the meeting was over, and I went back downstairs, and then the other 2 owners, John and Joel, came down. Like, they were curious. Obviously, there was some kid that looked like, you know, and I think he must have seen it in my eyes, because my eyes were just like, I'm going to be here. You know, I know, I totally know this is what I want. Why? Because I can be musical. I can perform, right? Now all I got to do is just get a job in a great studio. And I'm back in New York City. And they were talking to me a little bit. I don't remember anything they said, but they were like, hey, who's this kid, you know? And then I don't know if it was a week or 2 weeks later, I got a call from Susan Planer, and she says, you're hired. And I'll remember this because I did Yahoo so loud. I almost pierced her ear over the phone. I was so happy that I got the gig, you know? And that was it, man. I was like, this is what I want to do.
And look, I could be completely wrong, but I will bet you the suit helped. You know, you were not like every other kid that guy's talking to every day.
Wow, I
It's,
never thought of that. Oh my God. If my father could hear me now.
you know,
No, Mike, I told
I
you.
told you. Wear the fucking suit. So look,
Wow,
let's,
that's very interesting.
because
Yeah,
you're
I didn't
talking to people. I mean, they're not older, that much older, but they're
no.
everyone else's kids in jeans and t-shirts who want to come and make records, and you're wearing a suit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's pretend that that's the thing.
You know what? I'll go with that because I find that very, very interesting observation about that. Like, what made them curious about me? Huh. Okay,
Well,
I'll go with that.
partly the suit. Partly the suit. So look,
Partly the
just for
suit.
people who don't know about the studio itself, I think it like the fact that it was built to mix the Woodstock recordings, basically, right? Because these are the same guys who financed Woodstock.
Yeah. And
And
so it was John and Joel and Mike Lang, but it was John and Joel who put an ad in the paper, looking to, oh, what was the title of that book? It's upstairs, actually. They put an ad looking to what was it? They spend their money on something, and it was, and and so it was the Woodstock, turned out to be the Woodstock event.
and so where did they? Because I mean, there's so much to say about Media Sound, but I don't want to take up the whole time. But I mean, the roster of engineers at Media Sound is insane.
The success rate out
Fucking
of one.
ridiculous. I mean, we start with Clear Mountain, who basically was teething on Woodstock, right? But
Right. He
amazing.
he he skipped intern, and I think he skipped assistant. I think he went right to engineer. It was one of the guys recording the show.
Yeah, incredible. Mike Barbiero, Ron St. Germain, Michael DeLug, Ed Stasium, obviously a little bit later on, Tony Bon Jovi, and
Of
Harvey
course, from
Goldberg.
Motown. He was my mentor. Michael DeLug was my mentor. And Fred Christie, the senior engineer. And Joe Jorgensen. Joe Jorgensen was the coolest cucumber in the room. When the roof was burning down, the client never knew it. And he had this little tick. He'd go every couple of minutes. And I mean, there was a time when we had this one tape machine. We called it the Lemon 100. I think it was called the 1100, but we called it the Lemon 100. It had like a, 100 horsepower motor in there. And one day it went crazy, and the 2-inch tape just the motors went in opposite direction.
Right.
It just split. And you could kind of see it over the patch bay that something had happened. Right? And the band, it was an ad date, and they had all left except for me. The guitar player was still packing up. And the client just kind of sitting there, talking, and Joe looks over and he goes, oh no, it hadn't. Well, yeah, they were going to mix it, I guess. That's it. It was time to mix the ad. And he goes, why don't you guys take a break? I just want to look at something here, right? And then there's the guitar player. He goes, hey, why don't you just hold on out there for a second? Because that's basically the only person that's left. And he goes over there and he takes, he puts it together. He realizes, that this is a mess. And he takes that bit from a dry run they had done earlier. He cuts those 2 bars. He lays it in. And the only thing that was missing was the guitar. And he just goes, hey, John, go ahead and can you just play along? I'm going to punch you in and out. And he punches him in and out, and client backs in. He's like, all right, let's mix this. Unbelievable. Not even a clue that something potentially a disaster had happened where you'd have to call the band back in, right? Which would cost, they were all on double, triple scale.
Yeah.
He was one cool cat, Joe Jorgensen. He could get a mix in minutes. It was just, it was brilliant. So yeah, there was just, one was greater than the other in a different way. Did you mention Godfrey Diamond also?
No, how do they end up with this crew of engineers? Because I mean, they came from other stuff, and then they do the festival. Like, oh, hey, we'll build a studio to mix this thing. But then they've got arguably the greatest roster of engineers in New York.
Because you had the leadership of Susan Planer, you had Michael's wife Vivian DeLug, you had Hank Myers and oh, I'm sorry, there's two others that were just great. I see their faces. They were the crew, but the one who hired, was Susan, and she just had a great instinct.
Right. Had she come from another studio?
I don't know. I don't know the background on her.
Right.
Harvey would know.
It's extraordinary. It really is.
And so you had like these guys. I mean, and the characters. I mean, Godfrey, right? He ends up doing the Velvet Underground. You know how he's just an assistant, right? But he's always hanging out in the club. This guy was a self-promoter. When you think of like Chris Lord-Alge, how he can self-promote and he's just great at it. This was like the pioneer of that. That was Godfrey. He was a good-looking guy, confident like you wouldn't believe. And he's just an assistant, a young assistant. Doesn't know much about all. He's at a club one night, right? And he's, talking to the band, and looks at him and he goes, oh yeah, I'm an engineer electrically. He goes, oh, we want to make a record. He goes, oh, I'll record you. And he goes, yeah, all right, we're going to go in tomorrow. We'll make our record with you tomorrow. He goes, okay, great. He runs back. He tells the engineer, how do you patch? How do you record? How do you do this? And he pulled it off.
Amazing.
Right. And he records this record, and that's how these guys were. They were fearless, right? And one of the greatest lines, people would come in, back then we weren't opening the studio yet to outside engineers. That only happened like in 79 when disco died, and they couldn't afford staff engineers anymore. But about then, the word was starting to get out that not only could you record great there, but man, the mixers are so good. Grab your record that you've tried to mix with somebody else, bring it to Media Sound, do a couple of overdubs, and then have one of the guys there mix it.
Right.
And some of these guys would come in like they thought they were hot shit, Yeah, I got this great record, You're lucky, you're kind of the attitude, you're lucky you're even working on this, right? And so you get these guys coming in and they play it, at the Godfrey, and he'd be listening to it. And he had this smile on his face. It was like a shit-eating grin all the time. He kind of really, very comforting, just, inviting. And you look at them, they go, so what do you think? Huh? And you go, I think I can save this. Every time. And they go, what? Yeah, I think I can save this, right? They go, it was like, they didn't know they needed saving. And then by the time it was done, it sounded so great. They realized. But that was that whole kind of self-promotion, and he delivered.
Right.
It's not like, they all delivered, and that was the kind of thing that, you would witness as an assistant. Each one had a totally different personality. And as for me, what I was doing was I was picking the best from each guy. I was like shopping, right?
Right.
And so I'd say, wow, the snare sounds great with Barbiero. The toms sound great with Godfrey. the left side of the piano sounds great with Joe, you know, and then the right side sounds great with Bob, you know, and you just pick and choose every instrument. Same with the strings, same with the horns, right? And then I would make them my own, because I was like, oh, this one, I love this, and that's kind of how I was getting my own sound, by picking the best out of each guy. You know, I was stealing, but it's not stealing. You know, you're just
No, I
taking
mean,
the best. You're
yeah.
just taking the best from each guy. But they were truly, you know, Alan Varner. Alan Varner was doing great R&B. He used to mix or record a lot up in the lounge studio. There was lounge A, which was the church. B, which is where I spent most of my life. That was the R&B room. And then there was other little tiny little rooms for editing and stuff, you know, but the main room was, you know, Studio A. And we had a Spectrasonics desk, I believe, until we got the Neve 8068s, which were customized. And Bob, it's called the Chermonti Direct, and it's became normal. But if you hit the direct switch, it bypassed all the buses and all that other wiring and went right to the tape. Didn't have that before then. That was Bob's idea.
Right.
So it was, it was just, and we had the most brilliant techs too. Don Cumanali. Oh, great. Now that I started with Don, I'm going to have to remember everybody else, which is.
That's all right.
Mark
I'll just say we don't have
Milchman,
time to name everybody. I'm really sorry, Michael. We have to move
I'm
on
glad.
here. But
know,
let's hear a little bit more about Harvey. I mean, because you sort of specially call him out as a mentor, and I'd love to know sort of more about what he was doing and how he was a mentor. Because the other thing, and you touched on it briefly, is this is another studio at that time that's doing jingles all day. So this is fucking start to finish, get stuff done, work really fast, gotta be on it, and then records at night.
That's right. Those were long days, and I didn't care. I just loved it all. But yeah, usually I believe sessions started at 9. So I was in there by 8, and my assistants knew what my setup was. And we're talking about big setups, you know, string section, horn section, percussion, boom, boom, you know, rhythm section, all of that for an ad date. And basically you have about 10 or 15 minutes to get the sound on everybody. And it's not hard, because by that time you have all the EQs already set, you have all the faders already assigned, and you have all the pads down. You have everything, because you already know it in your head, you know.
Yeah.
And I would go in there, you know, usually I'd get there probably around 9, and I would just do all the EQs in my head, all the padding, everything, boom, 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 all the way down the desk. And then when the rhythm section would come in, I'd say, okay, let me hear the kick, snare, you know. All I had to do is basically just throw the faders up and maybe a little tweak, which I could do when they were running it down. And then string section, okay, horn section, okay, horn section that goes to the flute, separate mics for that, you know, for the woodwinds, and then they go back to the saxes and stuff. And you know, you learn to be super fast, because they're on a tight schedule, right? The conductor's going to run it down a couple of times, and then that's it. He's ready to go, because we may have to do 4 ads in that amount of time.
Right.
So, you know, you had to be quick. And then by 5 o'clock, it's mixed, it's done, you're out of there. Then at 6 o'clock, that's when the records begin.
Right.
Right. And so now you've got the studio musicians coming in who you just saw earlier in the day, but you could never do a record during the day because they weren't available. Why? Because they were getting double and triple scale.
Right. So they could afford to make records at night, basically. It's amazing.
So,
I mean, Alan Meyerson was talking about it last week. Like, he would know something was wrong with a mic because of the way it sounded while people were just arriving and talking. Like, it was never, let me hear this, let me hear all of it. It's just like, you know. And I love the way you talk about like your EQs are in, because you know the microphone, you know the drummer, you know the room. There it is.
There it is, and it was a lot of confidence. And I used to do a lot of my writing, my dynamics were while we were recording.
Mm-hmm.
I was fearless with that, especially with strings and horns. I love to crescendo things, right? So I would do that while I was recording.
Yeah, and that's I mean, it's obvious why you would be doing it back then, but it's a lost thing where people now are really afraid to touch anything while you're recording. Whereas, I mean, everybody used to write everything to tape because you had to, and maybe there was automation once Nicam started, but before that, it was just something you weren't going to have to do later. And some people would argue that Nicam isn't automation. So, yeah.
Nicam, or the one that I started with, was on the Harrison desk. It was called the X and Y or something. It was such a failure. But, it's interesting that what we did was we recorded it, and, we learned really more about attenuation first. We learned to clean up a sound as opposed to just boost and hide the Band-Aid, right? Or put the Band-Aid on something, right? We always learn about attenuation. Clear up that 300, clear up the stuff that's muddy, and then you'll get the natural sound. And then when it was time to record, we recorded it flat because we'd already done the work. Have you ever gotten tracks, Andrew, where they go, yeah, we recorded it flat? And you go, oh, okay, cool. And then you listen to it and you go, man, this sounds like shit. Well, yeah, we recorded it like flat. I go, where did you, who told you that flat means you don't do anything to it, right? Now, granted, if you're really good and you know your microphone, you know your mic placement, then fine, you can make a record and not touch a thing. I mean, I'm sure Al Schmidt did that on a regular basis,
all
right?
day, every day, but that's a special case.
But you know what? His flat sounded great. And then these other people who think flat means it's in your bulk, you fix it. It's like, no, flat isn't supposed to mean flat like awful. It's supposed to be, it doesn't need anything, right?
So I want to ask you a question, because this was something that came up with Al, and it's come up with a few other people, especially for the people who learned with the jingle thing, which is no nonsense, get the shit done. You've got to know exactly what you're doing. But then there's also this transition when you start working on records and there's a little bit more time of experimenting. And it doesn't come naturally to all the people who are doing the commercials. But if you're doing both all day, did you really end up with two mindsets as an engineer, where it's like at night you can mess around and really try and do something totally different than what you were doing during the day? How'd that work?
There was no time to think on ads, right? The stress level, the speed by which you had to work. If you were working on a new idea and you could just try a different EQ or different microphone because, you could do it without having to slow down, then by all means, but the day was that was a 9-to-5 gig that you were just like, it had to be out of the door and it would be on the radio 2 days later, right? The ad, you would hear it 2 days after you recorded it. So there just wasn't much time for that I can think of. I mean, and if I did, I've forgotten about it, because I'm telling you, that was a blur.
Right.
Although I have to share with you that we don't all go in thinking we're hot and okay, now I'm going to do a 40-piece band. Now I'm ready. Like, are you ready? Right? Because I could tell you that. I mean, I read Al Schmidt's book. Did you read Al's? Anyway, there's a point where his mentor, says, "I'm not coming in today. You can do this," and it was major big band guy, right? And I was like, I can't do this, I can't do this. And he goes, yes, you can. Yes, you can. You're doing it. And then you sink or swim. And this was it, and that's what you needed. And for me, I remember the at this point I'm doing overdubs. I've done everything, right? I've done the froze.
Yeah.
I've done the strings. I've done horns. I've done guitars. I've done every instrument as overdubs, and somebody else was mixing, right? It would have been any of the staff engineers. So you would do overdubs and they would mix, which means that what you were recording better be damn good.
Right.
Right? Because if Harvey sat down and mixed something and it didn't sound good, you would hear about it as you would from anybody else. So this particular day, I'm ready to record a rhythm section. All right. I've been doing rhythm sections. So it's an ad date. And usually, at this point, Fred Christie, the chief engineer, he's the one that gives the blessing that, okay, now you can work for a client, you can engineer, right? So he gave the blessing, and Vivian calls me, and she's the booking, head of production, and she goes, okay, Michael, got an ad date, it's a rhythm section. You want to do it? I said, yeah, sure, this is great. And then about 20 minutes later, now I'm excited, right? I hang up, I was like, yeah, fine, wow, I'm not assisting this. I'm actually, it's an ad date. And well, I mean, I'd already been engineering, but now it's going to be like a whole commercial. I'm going to mix it too, right? And she called 20 minutes later, goes, so Michael, they're actually going to add a whole percussion section, like a full xylophones and, you name it, it's going to be there in the corner. You okay to do that? Because, I can get, Barbiero or Harvey, no, I could do this. No problem at all. And I hang up. Like, that should be fine. And then she calls back again. She goes, Michael, it's actually bigger than that. It's going to be strings and horns along with the rhythm section and the full percussion. I don't know that, I'm like, no, I can handle this. I can do this. I'm good. You sure? Yeah, I've done everything. Why not do it all together? All right, click. I'm like, oh, I don't feel good. I don't feel good. I was like, that nauseous feeling where you start to sweat, and it's a cold sweat, and I think then she calls back again, and I am afraid to pick up the phone because she's either going to add one more thing or she's going to tell me I can't do it, and she goes, okay, now we're also going to be doing, backing vocals and everybody, we just want to do it all. They all want to do it at the same time. I said, it's fine. And I went in the next day. I was just like, God, Lord, man, this is just, I was scared. And this is the reason why I was scared. You've probably forgotten this, Andrew, but when you're recording a big group, right, you have that little highlight focus thing in your brain, and it's like a little spotlight, right? And so as the orchestra is playing together, you can just spotlight maybe the horn section and just hear the horns, and everything else gets quieter because you're just listening for the horns and you're hearing the blend there, and you're not listening to anything else. And then your mind and focus goes to the strings. Soloing, you're not soloing, you don't have time to solo because you're scanning through all the instruments at an incredibly fast rate.
Yeah.
But it's like a little spotlight on the sound, right? It's at that clarity thing. Well, I didn't have that spotlight. And so all I could think of was I was hearing distortion, because I was like, I didn't know how to listen. I just didn't know how to focus yet. And it was a horrible. And so I would have to solo, but there's no time for soloing. It was really the best way I could say this. And I've had to feel this a few times since then, where I was so scared. I kept my cool. Nobody noticed it, right? Nobody noticed it. But inside I was dying. And all I could think of was, I know this ends at 5. I know it's going to end at 5. So no matter what, at 5:01, I'm done.
Right.
The pain will be over at 5:01. And I don't care if I have no more of a career at this point. I know at 5:01 I'll be okay. And then it helped me get through the day. I'm like, it's all right. This doesn't go on for years. Little did I know. This will end at 5:01, right? And that's what kept me going. And I was smiling because I knew at 5:01 I'm out of here, right? And I got through it. And then after that, I was like, nothing can ever be more stressful. Nothing can be more difficult than what and I knew, and then that threshold, I'd raised that threshold so much that I could handle pressure now.
Right.
Like almost immediately, because everything else was such a lower degree, right?
Yeah. Amazing. So
like,
were you
right?
working on some of the records at the same time? I mean, you just there 24 hours a day,
Yeah.
I would assume.
Yeah, I would do 9 to 5, 6 to 2.
Right. So okay, before we get to the records though, you worked on some Sesame Street stuff, didn't you?
That's the only way you could get to become an engineer.
I got to hear about some of the cuz man, the music on that show is deceptively fucking awesome. It's so good.
And it was all live, right? There was I should have done my homework so I could remember all the names of the great musicians in there. But I'm trying to think of who was the great songwriter who wrote Being Green. If somebody texts you, have somebody text you the answer.
All right,
there.
Mark, you got that? It ain't easy being green.
He was there, and so what I would, in the beginning, you would assist Fred Christie, because Fred Christie did all this, and it was all live. So you had piano, and then you had xylophone, and percussion, trumpet, saxophone, guitar, bass, right? Got the whole group. And we were recording, Fred would get the balance, and we would record to 4-track, 2-track, and mono. And the 4-track, really, I think it was track 4 had the 60 hertz tone on it, so you could sync it up if you needed to do mag film and stuff like that. And then I don't know why there would be 2-track.
Shannon McNally, apparently.
That was later. No, Shannon didn't write that song. Shannon,
come on, Mark.
took over.
You're killing me.
No, Being Green was written by, he was, I could see his face too. Just put in, early Sesame Street songwriter, and I'll tell you when.
Well, apparently Ray Charles wrote Being Green, but I don't think that's really what we're talking about.
Okay, well.
Anyway,
I don't think so.
Moving on. So you got the band out there on the 4-track.
So eventually, Fred said, "Okay, you're ready," and he would sit behind me. And it's one thing to sit behind Fred, and to me, it all looks straight up, straight, simple, right? But now you're going to start from scratch. You're putting the mics up, which that was good. I was good at that. And I was good at taking notes. Right? Now you got to get the balances. And they would do buttons.
Joe Raposo.
Thank you.
Raposo, probably.
Raposo.
Yes.
It was Joe Raposo.
All right.
Joe was there.
Thank you, Mark.
And he was a brilliant writer. He unfortunately, I think, died of a heart attack. But he was there, and it was just it was fast paced, but very chilled. They were always very calm and laughing and stuff. And now the balances isn't so easy. and the buttons, buttons are going, da-da-da-da, right? That's it. Okay, done. So you're done. You have to have that balance ready, because they're like, bah!
Right.
Those are the buttons, right? And in a session, in like a, from a 9 to 5, you're recording like a ton of stuff. You're doing some songs, you're doing ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba, boom, ba, and then a song here, a song there.
Right.
So I was like, wow, that was a frightening experience in a set at first, right? Because it's just not that obvious. But Fred would be there, right? And I do remember one time when I talked back, it wasn't Joe, it was another, I think it was after Joe. I talked back to somebody there. At least to me, it didn't seem like I was talking back, but I was being a little bit maybe cynical, or maybe a little curt, or maybe, a little bit of a, yeah, that kind of
Little
thing.
New York.
A little New York, man. And next thing I know, there's a foot that went through the back of my seat, and I am flying onto the faders. Right? I'm like, what just happened to me? I turn around and Fred goes, don't you ever talk back to a client.
Like, lesson learned.
Lesson learned. And I'm telling you, that was an important lesson, because there are times when you want to go there, So yeah, and once I was able to do that, he he's like, okay, you're ready.
Wow.
You're ready. And so it was a lot of fun. And I also, you may not know this one, an offshoot from that was called 3-2-1 Contact.
Yeah.
If you look at the theme, the making of the theme 3-2-1 Contact, you'll see me.
Excellent.
I'm the guy. I'm recording. There's me standing there with my little thin mustache and my afro, and recording 3-2-1 Contact. It's somewhere on YouTube now.
Well, look, I got to ask you, because one of my favorite things ever is that Pointer Sisters pinball machine 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's got that insane groove on it. Did you happen to work on that one for Sesame Street?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Let's say you did.
Street,
Let's just say you did.
I don't think I did, because I love that. I think that was before me.
Oh, right. Okay.
That's pretty early.
It's badass.
It's so badass, right? But Fred Christie would have recorded it.
Right. Amazing.
Probably.
Amazing. All right, look. We're an hour and a half in, and you haven't made a record yet. So let's get you to making some records. So look, there's a credit from 77, and I don't know if this is correct or not, because the internet is the internet, but did you work on Bat Out of Hell?
I don't think so.
All right. That's just a weird internet thing.
I don't. Gosh, I know if at best I would have been an assistant.
Well, let's do this. Let's say
I don't remember.
Let's say you didn't work on Meatloaf, but you did work on the pinball Pointer Sisters thing, because it's much cooler to have worked on that, I gotta say.
I don't think I did either. But
all right. So look, let's get you into Recordland. I mean, and the Jingles and Records in the same building. I mean, that's how this happened, because I love the story with Luther Vandross and how you're working with him and he's singing everything. So please, you've told the story before, I know, but please just tell the story, because it's great.
During the day, right, you would see Paul Schaefer, Alan Schwartzberg, Will Lee, John Tropez, Bob Babbitt, Jimmy Young, and then I've left out 100 others.
And then was it like the Lou Soloff horn sections and things like that?
And then you had Lou Soloff on the horns, and you had John, and I mean, you had all the great, and then you had the great string arrangers, the contractors, and I really should have done my homework so I could give respect to these great musicians, especially the string players. But um, I you saw them every day, and then you'd see them again at night. But strings and horns generally only were done during the day. So, but at night you'd see Paul again. you know, hi Paul. You would see these guys twice a day, um, and during the day when all the jingles, who were the top jingle singers? You remember the meow 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 meow. And again, forgive me, she knows who she is. You know, she was the top jingle singer, and you'd see her every day. And then there was Luther, and Luther was usually doing the lead on all of the for Coca-Cola, McDonald's, all the national commercials, ads that he was singing. And then and you'd occasionally see him at of course at night too. And so he got to know me, I got to know him. He always liked how quickly I worked, and well, we all worked very fast at media. So then this record comes along, and Yvonne Lewis, who was usually a great backing vocal, but she would contract the backing vocals, all the vocals for the session. They're over at the power station, and there's an Italian producer making a record there. And I don't know anything about it. We kept our worlds separate at that point. And but then Yvonne calls me one day. She goes, Michael, they're going through so many singers over here, and they're trying to mix, and it's just, this is an important gig for you, basically. And she says, I'm going to get them over to you. And they'd already been through a dozen singers for this Change record they were making. And Luther, they hadn't tried yet. And so Yvonne says, I'm going to have them do a record over at Media Sound and Luther, and you're going to record it. She goes, okay. So the executive producer was Fred Petrus. I am Freddie. There's a whole other story. And then Mauro Maravasi was this young 18-year-old, good kid who was actually writing and doing all the arranging and stuff. And Davide, the bass player. So they go in and they come to Media Sound, and they, says, okay, we've got this one song called Glow of Love. I'm like, okay. So I'm listening to it, and says, we're going to get, I said, who's going to be singing it? She says, Luther. I was like, this is going to be great. You know how great Luther is? I go, no. I go, you wait and see. So Luther comes in, in his normal way. And he was funny. Whatever he would say, you'd always be laughing. He had a great humor about him. And so he goes in and he goes, all right, let's hear the song. Where are the lyrics? They gave us on a yellow pad, right? Legal pad. And he goes, starts singing Glow of Love. And I don't know if he gets through the whole thing, maybe, and he goes, okay, let's go in. And of course, we all learned that nothing is recorded. I mean, nothing. The second they start singing in the microphone, it's set up correctly and you're recording, right?
Yeah.
That's rule number one. So, of course, I've already been doing this for a long time. So he goes in, I've got the mix up. I already have my headphone mix ready for him because, that's what you learn. You're ready. It's not like it takes more than 2 seconds. You got it all set up. And then he might adjust, give me some more kick or give me some more of myself or less of myself, right? Well, that takes about a minute. And then he's holding the piece of paper and he sings Glow of Love. And that was the take. He's holding it. That's the take, right? And everybody's like, that's a great take. He goes, well, we have a second one for you, right? And so the second one was Searching. Same thing. Goes out there, sings it, first pass. That's it. And then they needed the songs mixed. And of course, I mixed them. And I was so inventive at that point. I was always trying to do stuff, and it was all manual mixing, right?
Yeah.
Automation didn't come in until the SSL, really, for me. We didn't have NECAM, and that X and Y thing on the Harrison was just ridiculous. So, and I preferred doing everything, because I was performing.
It was your performance, yeah.
That's right. And that was the thing that I didn't realize was setting me apart, is that in my mind, I was back to performing again, right? And so we're doing searching, and I remember I had the reverb, I had a send going to a reverb plate, and out of the reverb, it was going to the MXR phaser flangers, left and right. And you can hear this. It's like the guitar starting to play, and then you can hear it. I'm feeding it into the plate with a phaser flanger, right? And it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then I start bringing it back down, and then the song starts. And then I think when the timbales, there's a section where it's all breaking down, and I'm sending the timbales to that and other things. And I think it was gated too. Right, I gated it. So it was like this plate, MXR phaser, and then it was what was the name of that gate? It was a Dolby gate or something, or it was
I don't know.
I don't remember the gate. Anyway, it was it was the gate. And I had so much fun, and it was a performance, and I'm mixing it, and they're like, wow. And, and they're like, okay, you're mixing all our records from now on. And it was like, that was it. I was ready. The opportunity, showed itself, and I was in heaven because I was loving this music. And so it was so easy to tell because I was performing. I was back performing. So I was in my element. There was no nervousness. There's like this place that I'm sure where, I think the success is just how relaxed can you be when you're performing, right? And anything, like, when you see these golf swing, and it's like, they're not stressing when they have to be relaxed to be able to do a hole in one, or a guitarist or a soloist or a pianist. They're all just, you can see they're just in their element, right? Which means they're just very comfortable in there. And that's where I was. I was very comfortable in there. I wasn't nervous. So all the creativity was right there because I'm performing.
Right. And where did the idea for that, because that's a pretty complicated effect chain for the time and all of that. So like, where did the idea for that come from? Is that from listening to other records or someone else in the studio, or that was just out of your head?
It could have been somebody from the studio. I certainly wasn't listening to other records because I was petrified of listening to any other records.
So you'd already started not listening to other records.
I immediately knew that if I was going to listen to how other records were made, aside from the guys at media, I would get depressed, totally intimidated, and I didn't want to go there because I figured that there were just too many great ones out there. So best thing to do is not listen.
Wow.
And just work on my own sound, and then I can be as hard on myself as I want. And listen to the last record I did. So, okay, this is what I'm going to do on the next one. And plus, Greg Calby, who was mastering my records, was very much part of that training because I would take my record every 6 weeks. I gave him a record, right? Every 6 weeks, because Soup to Nuts was always never more than 6 weeks. And I tell you, when I go, Greg, how am I doing on this one? And he would tell me what was good, what was bad. And so then 6 weeks later, I come back, how does this one sound? And you go, that's much better, but now work on this. Okay, 6 weeks later, I come back. So I was constantly, he was my sounding board,
Right. Amazing. So obviously that went well with Luther that night.
Yeah. Yep, it did.
And so that leads to his first solo record.
Right. So So now that first record did well. I mixed two songs, Searching and Glow of Love. They did really well. There was another song that had been mixed called, I think, Paradise, and not by me. And so now I go to Italy. Oh, and I become suddenly this contractor. I'd never done any of that. But now Fred Petrus goes, okay, you come to Italy. We're going to record 16 songs. You're going to be outside of Milano in a little town. And you bring the musicians and we're going to record. And then we're going to bring it back to the States. I said, okay, fine. So that's when I got hold of Doc Powell, Terry, and the bass player was already there. That was Davide, and Terry was on drums, and Onaji, I believe his name, was on keyboards.
Onaji Orangums, the jazz player too. Oh, amazing!
Yeah.
He played with Freddie Hubbard. Fucking ridiculous player.
Yeah. So I bring all of those guys. And
I'm sure I just butchered his name, by the way. But anyway.
Well, me too. But that sounds very much like what it was. And we proceeded to record 16 songs. And we had carte blanche at this one restaurant. And they had this local white wine, and it was in a barrel in the middle of the restaurant, right? And first night there, it looked like apple juice, honestly. It was so light yellow, like what could it do to you? It was like, and you taste it and there was no alcohol hit at all, And we each had at least 2 glasses fairly quickly before we realized that, oh my God, we were so shit-faced. We were just, I love this wine. Anyway, every night was like that, but we got a tolerance to it. But it was great, great food. And then we go in and we'd record, and we recorded the 16 songs. And then we came back to the States, and they split it up. It was going to be 2 bands. Because, back then, there were no bands. There were studio musicians. There were session players. And the name would be invented. And then if there was success, they put a band around it. And then they call it That's the Band. But it was almost never the band that actually played on the record. Maybe the overdubs and the singing. Right. But the rhythm section generally was just studio musicians. And you know what? It's amazing how far back that goes. I mean, how far back on great records that you thought was the band wasn't the band. It could have been the, Cutting Crew, or it could have been,
Right. Well, right? I mean, George Martin not wanting to use Ringo on the first set of recordings. Like, I'm using my drummer. We're getting this how I want it,
Right. So it went further back than I ever thought. But anyway, so we came back and we split it up. One was going to be this second change record. And then the other one was going to be called BBQ Band. And meanwhile, Fred is trying to negotiate with Luther, and he doesn't want to give him a point. Doesn't give him a royalties at this point. Luther's doing great, right? And Luther says, you give me a point or I'm not making this record. And Fred, like a moron, stuck to his guns, and Luther said, fine. And that's when, so they went through all these singers. They finally end up getting Krabs Robinson, great guy. But they said, you got to sing just like Luther, And so it was tough, right? Because, okay, you can sing like Luther, but you're not going to add you're not going to be an individual, right? It was tough, but he persevered, God bless him. But then Luther was starting to do his own record. And it was uncomfortable because I was doing it in the same room, right? So from 9 to 5, I was doing Change, and then 6 to 2, Luther would be coming in, and they would
Oh
cross.
man.
And it'd be like, whoo, it's cold in here suddenly, But and he it was all on his dime, right?
Right.
And he would just go in, and on a weekend, or sometimes on, during the week, whatever. We did it in little groups of 2 songs here, 2 songs there. And it was, and that's when I turned him on to Yogi and Doc Powell. Because I knew Yogi, I loved Yogi, and I knew Doc Powell because I brought him with me to Italy. And he was, these were the guys that were doing all the records during the day, during the night, and I love these guys. So, yeah, we just go in and we do a couple of songs, and then he'd get some more money and he'd have another song, a couple more songs. We'd go in, record a couple more, and then eventually he had his 8 songs, but it was over, I think it was over a period of a year.
Right.
And then he went out to sell it, and some labels just turned it down. And then it was it who signed him? Was it Arista that signed him? I think it was Arista. And that was it. Never too much.
It's amazing you had that much trouble selling the record after the success of Change and all the rest of it. You'd think like it's almost a no-brainer.
You'd think it was a no-brainer, but it wasn't easy. But he did. He sold it, and that was it.
It worked out. Yeah.
It worked out. And he used to do these interviews saying, they'd say, who would you like to produce? And he says, my 3 divas, the 3 divas. I want to do all 3, right? I want to do Aretha. I want to do Diana Ross. I want to do Dionne Warwick. And we ended up doing all 3. And, and so of course word got to them, of course.
Yeah. That doesn't suck. So, I mean, you were basically Luther's engineer for a while, right?
Oh, yeah.
Just did everything he did.
Even though I was staff engineer at Media, I had like an exception where I could travel with him. In fact, I was doing the live sound when he first took it on the road. We were opening up for the Commodores and also Rick James.
Wow.
And Michael said, go ahead and do the sound. I'm like, I don't know anything about live sound, man. No, don't do that. Don't do
I can only do it if I'm playing drums.
Yeah, right. He says, come on, it'll be fun, And so he talked me into it, and I would usually hire the engineer for the main act. I think it was Claire Music, right?
Claire Brothers, yeah.
Claire Brothers. So I would hire the main guy. Luther gave me a little budget, I could give the guy, and I said, please just show me what to do, because I'm just a studio engineer, and it's a whole other world. And they were always happy to do that, so it sounded pretty decent considering, we don't get much to work with, but and the sound limit is a limiter on there. You can only get it, about 30 dB lower than the main act.
So,
but it was fine.
But with the response from the crowds and the fact that really is a performance, mixing live stuff, did that at all entice you? Did you ever think like, hold on a second, maybe this is great, or you were just records? Got to be records.
No, I didn't. I thought it was great fun, but I did not want to do that for a living. I had fun. It was spontaneous. And that was truly performing. And so I did love all of that, but I didn't want to miss out on making records in the studio.
Right.
you know, and plus making records has longevity to it, way beyond your days, right? It's there forever.
Yeah.
Um, but I felt much more in my, in my place when I was in the studio. I just, it felt good there.
Right.
It felt good. And I didn't want to be on the road again anymore, you know? That's why I left the band. I don't
Right.
want to be doing that again. That's a lonely life. I didn't want it.
Right. So let's hear a little bit about the Aretha records, because I mean, come on, Aretha F. Franklin.
The first record, we went to California. We had Luther had already recorded the rhythm section, right? Everything was done, and we went there to record Aretha. And I don't know if she ever changed, but she never traveled by plane. So if she got to California, and she was in Detroit, and she was always in Detroit because her father was in a coma during these years, and so she was always close, to him. And he was in the hospital for years in a coma, and she just did not ever want to travel on a plane. So who knows how she got there? To take a train or a bus or a car. I doubt a bus, but well, she might have had her own bus, but
Yeah.
she never traveled. So for whatever reason, she was there. And I remember, recording her, and I had never, one of the things that was going for me is I never got intimidated or starstruck, because if the artist feels that from you, it's not a good thing, right? This is a very special place where they are when they're recording, and they do not want to feel like there's a fan. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean,
I know exactly what you're
and
talking
so
about.
it's a very, very, it's a very special situation that you can't break. And I was good at that. I was like, you're good, you're good. If you're not good, I don't care who you are, you're not very good. But for me, it was an excitement. And Aretha was the first one where it's not about starstruck. I was nervous, and I never got nervous. I never got nervous. I mean, after that first day of surviving,
Yeah.
I never got nervous again. I was just like, fortunately, I just didn't get nervous. Man, when I found out Aretha, she was about to come in, I was like, I just made sure everything. And I had to keep my shit together, because you don't want to show that at all. But it was an excitement kind of nervousness.
Yeah.
No, I was like, oh my God, Aretha's coming in here. It's like the first time that I saw Bernard Purdie coming to a session, I was like, oh my God, it's Bernard Purdie, Pretty Purdie. That kind of like, I'm living the dream here, right? And it's Aretha. I'm living the dream. Aretha's about to walk in, And it was a jump to it. Jump to it. Oh man. And she was even quicker and faster than Luther. She comes in, and obviously she'd been practice song at home, and what Luther would do is he would always sing the whole song. Whoever he was producing, somewhere there are Jump to It and every other song with him singing it.
Right.
And trust me, it was, it was Luther. So, I mean, I would love to find those little rough mixes, right? So he always sang it as a guide. So follow the melody. And Aretha, she must have run it down, I think, till the first chorus. And she goes, okay, all right. And she goes out there. And then she ran it down for me up until the first chorus again. She goes, all right, let's do this, and that was my time, which was fine, I didn't have to do. And then off she went singing that, and it was, it was a trip. It was a trip, and it was just great fun to you know, be witnessing all of this. And she would come in. She had this big fur coat. You know, she'd come in, she'd sing it, and then an hour and a half later, she was done. She was gone. I mean, just nailed it.
Right.
Right. And then Luther, there'd always be this, you know, she would start riffing a little too soon. You know, by the second chorus, maybe she'd already be riffing, you know, and he would always try to keep her to stay to the melody until the outro or the end of the, you know, and that was direction that he needed to do. You know, it's just they always try to keep the singer to stick to the melody.
Right.
You know, and for Luther to be telling that to a diva, it was like I'd always love watching that. Now Ray, love what you're doing, but can you stick to the melody?
But they do.
I did the melody in the first chorus.
Right.
I was like, yeah, can we just keep it? You know, it was great. It was great to watch.
It's amazing. So you worked, I mean, pretty much, I mean, not full time, but we're doing records with him for what, about 4 years?
Yeah, easily. I was doing everything. I even did, you know, Teddy Pendergrass, when he had the bad accident and he was paralyzed, he still had a little lung control, but the lower lobes were paralyzed. So he couldn't sing from his gut. He could only sing from his chest, right? We went to his house, and he was had him set up in a hallway, and I set up a microphone in one little area of his mansion where I could, you know, I wouldn't be picking up the whole, you know, house and stuff. And we had a remote truck, and we went out there and we recorded, like, you know, few songs. I mean, he had, you know, how scared you can imagine he was, and so I was recording that, and I had been doing the Dionne Warwick record. I'd done the rhythm, you know, the whole rhythm section, and we were just finishing up the second Aretha record, Get It Right, and tensions were really building. He was just really getting to be difficult to work with, and you know, one of the things that I had total freedom was for the sound. Like, that was my territory, right? And you know, my first assistant, Carl Beatty, I was talking to him about a year ago, and he goes, you know, Michael, you created that fresh R&B sound for the East Coast, which I probably contributed to it, but it was that classic traditional R&B with a much fresher outlook, you know, in the sounds and the clarity, and, you know, and there was a certain tightness to it. And I felt like that was really important, but I didn't want the next record to sound like the first record. I always wanted to keep moving forward, not to mention that, you know, I, at this point now, have finally, because of Harvey, have now started to listen to other records.
Right.
And he's responsible. Because when Phil Collins came out with Face Value,
right,
he made me listen to that. And it was really, and he made me. And I say that because I would also, I don't want to hear. And he goes, no, now you have to. Now you have to listen to other records. And I was like, let me hear it, you know. And it was like, oh my God, what is that?
It's the Stone Room.
And so, right, it's the Stone Room at Townhouse, and the talkback.
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay. So now I'm like, okay, I'm ready now. I mean, I'm doing well. I'm confident now. I'm okay. Now I'm really proud of what I'm a graduate of media sound. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? There was like that certain, I learned from Harvey and, you know, Tony and all these guys, like I was like a proud rooster, you know, like proud to be from Media Sound, and I was going to, you know, make Media Sound proud. And so, damn it, what's the record I'm talking about? I just forgot. I knew I would
Luther's second solo record, right?
Oh, right. So the second record is going, but there's tensions because I now want to modernize, you know, change the sound up on Luther's second record, right? And I got all these ideas just to make things, you know, switch it up a little bit. And I was making the drums a little bit roomier, adding a little room, because, you know, before then you never used the room mics. They weren't recorded. There's nothing printed. It was all tight control.
Yeah.
Right. If you wanted any room, you'd added reverb to it, right? But you didn't record the room for R&B. And so I started adding the room to it and putting it maybe in PZMs. Remember those little PZM plates and so I'm just trying to do things because I want to excite the atmosphere a little bit. I want to get a little more going on, a little more aggressive. Boy, he wanted nothing to do with that, man. He's looking at me like, "What are you doing?" Like, well, you know, I'm like, and he's like, "No," and that was disappointing to me because he like shut me down. Like, no, and I looked at him, I'm like, I thought that was my part. And like, I do the sound. You do the music and the writing and everything else. I go, what happened to that freedom that I could, you know, experiment like I did on the first one? Because back then I was experimenting. It doesn't, you know, sounds like classical, but no, I was, you know, and that was the beginning. I was like, oh boy, you know. And by the Get It Right album, it was just, things had changed. He was really succumbing to the pressure of the expectations,
right,
of working with the divas. On the first record, there were no second takes. On Never Too Much, the good take.
Lost you for a second. So on Never Too Much is where we got to.
On Never Too Much, those were all the first takes along with the band, right? So what you're hearing is Luther in the vocal booth and the band, and when it was the right take was when his performance and the band was right.
Yeah,
there was no overdub, right? And all those delays you're hearing, that's me messing with him. Like I always had one hand on this delay, might be 300 milliseconds or whatever. And so when he would go, whoa, I'd throw the delay up out of nowhere, and then he would work off of it. So it'd be whoa, whoa, whoa. So you can hear some of those things happening, and it's just between, I can see him, you know, and he never knew when I would throw something, but I always had that feeling of when it was time to just for him to play off the delay of his own voice. And the second record, when we went in, he didn't even have lyrics yet.
Right.
So, you know, and he's producing these other acts, you know, and the tension, I think, was just mounting and mounting and mounting. So I think it affected everything around him, you know. And I say that because he was a good man. Aside from a legendary singer, he was really, really loyal until he felt like he had, you know, been wronged or something. And then
that was that.
And I was watching this happen to other people. I'm like, oh boy, you know. But yeah, so by the end of the Get It Right record, tensions were really at a height. And we got over an argument over something that I was doing technically with the 2-inch. I was doing something that, you know, is I don't know specifically, he was creative, right? And he was like, he was questioning that, you know, is like, you know, I needed to explain to him why I could do that. And I was like, what? Do I tell you how to sing? You know, like, come on. It's like, what's happening? You know, it's just tensions just really, really got it. And then that was basically at that point, that was the last record. And then I think the following week or something, he called me and I told him, you know, you really, and I was being gentle about this. I'm like, you're really becoming difficult to work with. Me saying that to him. And he was like, fine, you're fired.
All right. Well,
and I was like, and I remember saying, well, actually, you can't fire me. I'm a staff engineer.
you got to go work somewhere else.
Which really stupid thing to say. But he was like, well, you won't be working for me anymore. And I was like, oh, man, it's just, yeah, that's how that went. But I have to say that putting all that aside, he really taught me how to really feel R&B. Just really, I mean, look, I've been listening to, I was in a band, right? I was doing all those records as a drummer, but to really, you can't hide. When it comes to a ballad, you can't hide. You know, if there's a lot of stuff going on, maybe you can hide behind it, right? But you can't hide from a simple confrontation of, you know, telling a story. And if you're not mixing that from the heart, it's just not gonna, you know, transition to the listener. It's just not going to.
Right.
And I learned so much about that, you know.
But
it was great.
So, but you weren't only working for him at that time, right? Because weren't you doing like you're doing radio mixes and things too, right?
I was doing everything. It's only when Luther needed me that I was always available to him. But yeah, how long is that? That's 6 weeks.
Yeah.
You know, the rest of the 300 days and on, I'm doing every day. It was a 7-day-a-week thing. I had no idea what Saturday or Sunday felt like.
Right.
It's crazy, right?
Well, I think we were all like that.
Well, exactly. We're learning our trade. I mean,
yeah.
It's like, keeping a girlfriend was rough. Are you coming home? Yeah, in 15 minutes. And then the producer would go, I got this idea.
Right.
And I'm like, no, not an idea. 3 hours later. It's tough. But
tell me a little bit about doing these radio mixes, because I mean, this is definitely, and obviously the crew for Media Sound is a huge part of it, but the birth of the mixer as a thing, and obviously the Chance record was a little bit like that, but that was also the singer. There was more to it. But this idea of the record's done, finishing. It's not working yet.
Yeah, then you were really finishing the record and then mixing it. Now, people are coming to Godfrey and Harvey and Bob and Tony, of course. Tony Bon Jovi, and they're not interested in the overdubs. They just, they're not getting what they want, and they know what the records are coming out of this house of music of Media Sound, and they want their record to have that kind of a feel, right? And so now they're just they're taking their records and they're saying, okay, mix it. And that was very, very new. And it happened right about the time, really, that now Tony, through the success of the Star Wars record that he had done with Miko, opens up another studio, power station, and then takes Media Sound star engineers with him, right? So Clear Mountain leaves, Tony leaves, which was fine with me because now it's opening up a whole slot right?
Right.
There's a position open where people still want those records being made, and I and a few others, but mostly I really benefited from that, because now that anybody who still wants to come to Media Sound as opposed to just now going to Power Station, there's that room isn't booked all the time. And there was a point where I was in studio A and B. I had two
Right.
sessions. I was in heaven, boy. I was
Man.
like, yeah, baby.
So what were some of those radio mixes you were doing? What were you getting?
Um, the real early ones, I remember Kid Creole.
Right.
Um, I was mixing those records like back to back, and really, I'd have to look at my list of doing. And then I was doing a fair amount of funk records too. There was one band called Phaso, and they put and it was like, it was a funk, and then Morris Day
Right.
from the Time. He had a record, and he had written a song called Oak Tree, right? Oak, and he had the dance. I remember mixing that for him. It was just like a swirl of, just had, and then Earl Klugh. I remember Earl Klugh coming
Right.
by, and mixing. I mean, if you look at that long, I should probably look at this list, and I could be a little bit more helpful. But
No, I mean it doesn't. It's just
it
anything that sticks out, really.
yeah, I mean, I'm sure that, and then, of course, then Robert Wright, who's over RCA, takes a liking to me. I think through maybe working with Fonzie or doing other stuff. He, he's the head of, back then it was called the Black Music Department, I think it was called, or in the Black Music Department. And let's see, it was Hall and Oates. I'm trying to think of who was the head of Sony for so many years. Who's married to Mariah.
Oh, Tommy Mottola.
So Tommy Mottola at that point was the head of Champion Management, and he managed, Hall and Oates and then many other acts. And so I get the gig through Robert, because Robert's now wants a remix for the Black Department, to remix Hall and Oates, and the first song I did was One on One. And so I spent hours having to mix that song, because it was just a loop. And so I ended up taking the kick and stuff and putting it out into the speaker. We had big Reds out in the studio, and basically, and then gating so I could get the kick, I could get a snare, and then I think I had a Oratone on a snare,
Right.
to get a little bit, and I had all of that going, and it was hours and hours of just setting it up to the point where I could get the low bottom end that I wanted. I just wanted this, pumping low thing going, and that became, Hall and Oates loved it, Tommy Mottola loved it, obviously Robert Wright loved it, and that really started kicking in, because that was my first gold single. So
Right.
for a single to be gold, it had to sell 1 million, I think, million singles to be gold.
Wow.
And that opened up, more. I think I also did No Can Do, Your Imagination, on, and it just started opening up more and more, that people now are calling me to mix. I don't need to be, I don't need to be recording it at all. And I'm falling in love with it. I'm still recording, and I'm still doing, rhythm sections. I love recording the rhythm sections, and strings and horns. I love that. I didn't love doing vocals too much, but I loved everything else. And then I get a call because my manager had the same client, Rick Aliberti at this point is managing me. He's my first manager, pretty much. Susan was managing me for a little bit, then Rick Aliberti. And Rick would always listen to my mixes. In fact, I did not see that for a while after that. After Rick, most managers just were not interested. They could care less. But Rick would listen, and he would, give good critical reviews of what I was doing. And I keep working on, I don't like your bottom end, or, And he had Chris Kimsey as a client. And Chris had been producing the Stones. And I get a call. Hey, Michael, get over to London. You're gonna mix one song. And I was like,
okay.
The Stones? Really? So I went over there, and it went from one song to pretty much the whole album.
Right. That's Steel Wheels, right?
Steel Wheels. I was like, and that was a time where, and there's a picture somewhere. I have to find it. I took a picture of the track sheet. I'm looking at this track sheet, and it's a Rolling Stones track sheet. And I'm just like, I'm mixing the Stones. It was like about a week or two in. I'm like, the reality had finally set in.
Right.
It was unbelievable. It's just like, oh my God. I played their songs and now I'm mixing it. It's like, I've got the front row seat, man. It was just great.
That's incredible. So, but you've been spending some time in London before that, right?
Oh yeah. This was a real ego check. So, I'm getting pretty good, and I'm definitely involved in the production now of these records because I'm recording them and I'm mixing them. And my ideas that used to be like one idea out of 6 might be used, right? Now it's like, 3 out of 6 or 4 out of 6. People are liking the ideas. I'm definitely contributing to the production. My credit is mixing, engineered and mixed, right? But which is fine, I mean, I'm getting all that experience. But at the end of the day, the producer is responsible for how it goes. And you don't realize it until you get the credit as producer. Now you're responsible for everything around it, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot easier when you're just the engineer who thinks you could be producing it.
Just like it's a lot easier sitting behind the engineer. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so there was a point where I was like, okay, it's time to go independent. I'm ready. It was 84 or something. Things were not good at Media Sound anymore. It's time to go independent. And I'm thinking, I'm going to be good. I'm going to be a producer now. And so I leave that nice, cushy weekly payment, salary. I'm on my own. And I go to the different label. I'm like, I'm ready to produce your record. And they go, really? You can engineer it if you want. You can mix it, but what do we know? We're not going to take a chance on you. Let's see your production credits. I was like, well, technically I don't really have any, but here are the records that I worked on. They could care less. They were just like, I was so disappointed with that. And now my ego, why did I even think of this, that I could be good enough, and it really got bad. I mean, I was like, I wasn't working, and then I got a call. My mentor, my best friend, Harvey, has been over in England, right? And he calls me and he goes, Michael, man, you got to come to London. They're playing like 3 or 4 songs on the radio of yours. There's Womack and Womack, and there's, I don't know what else, what other records I've been doing. Because there was a point for 2 years where literally I was doing 12-inch records. I mean, on my site, if you go to this one link, you'll see like about 200 records that were like all remixes. I do the 12-inch, the rub-a-dub dub mix, the club, remember those?
Right.
It's crazy, and you'd be sitting there cutting tape and you hear, right? And so he goes, you got to come to England. And I was like, okay, all right, okay. And he goes, shave your mustache. I don't like facial hairs. All right, fine. And now I remember, and I stayed at the Portobello Hotel. That hotel was, the rooms, at least the room I was in, they were so tiny. They were tiny. They were like on, on the third deck down on a ship, basically, and I get my feet out and they were in the shower, if you want to call it a shower, because they had no pressure. They didn't know shower pressure back then. And then I would go to these meetings and they just accepted me. One of the first gigs I got was a band called Animal Nightlife, and Ashley Newton is just an A&R guy at Island,
right,
where Ashley is, right? I mean, he's a great executive now. And he said, hey, I'll give you a shot. Like everybody was like, I'll give you a shot, because they were doing one record deals with these bands, right? What's the most they're going to lose from me?
Right.
One song, one budget for a song, not a whole album and 6 months of work. And it was a beautiful thing, man. They just embraced me. They said, we'll give you a shot, prove yourself. It was great. And so, so I started producing. I was producing for 2 years, and I had a little bit of a hit with Animal Nightlife, called Mr. Solitaire. And then Roachford, and I produced Roachford, and I had a really, really nice success with a song called Cuddly Toy. So, I did that. I was going to England almost 4 or 5 times a year, and I was a bike racer too. So I would bring my bike all the time, and I would train. And I immediately found people I could ride with on the weekends and stuff. And I would produce during the day. I'd party at night. I'd bike on the weekends. This went on and on. But Andrew, in my heart, I knew that the best I could ever be was an average producer.
Right.
Because I wasn't a songwriter. So I was always completely dependent on the band. The band had to be self-sufficient, self-producing. If there was a bridge that needed to be written because the song lacked a bridge, or the lyrics were really stupid, or the melody was like, what is that melody? I wasn't there I tried, but I always felt like I'm going to walk in, they're going to look at me and they're going, you don't really know what you're doing, do you? And I'd be like, oh man, you're right. I mean, I got through it, but in my mind, all I wanted to do was mix it.
Right.
I just wasn't comfortable enough. I just could never get to that place where, when I was working with producers and I could see what they would do, like lyrics had to be written or bridge had to be written, they were there to do that. And I said, I'll never be able to do that. So I finally said, all I want to do is mix. I just want to mix. And so after I mixed Steel Wheels, I was like, I made that decision. I said, but Andrew, I'd spent 5 years in doing, R&B and then pop and then R&B rock. And I was spending 5 years on each feel, really building, understanding what made that feel, right? And so when I decided three things are going to happen. If I turn down and I just want to be a mixer, that's fine. But now I'm turning down income for engineering, and I'm turning down income for producing. I'm like, I better be a damn good mixer. All right. Because this income is about to drop by a third. So, but I was okay. I committed to it. I was like, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to do 7 days a week. I just want to mix it, and that's, and I stuck to it.
And it kind of worked out,
it's worth it. Yeah. And you know what? I mean, for all you guys that are listening, at the end of the day, you should try different things. and then commit to the one that you love the most, because it's such a hard business that if you don't really love it, you're not going to get through the unbelievable roller coaster, right? It's gonna eat you up.
But also having the honesty and the self-awareness to really say, because it's really easy to stick at it thinking like, well, if I'm not doing well with the production, it's someone else's fault, or it's this or that or the other thing. And you never really take the step back and say, hold on a second, maybe that isn't the thing I should be doing. And you did it as a musician. You seem to do this really well and really honestly over and over in your career.
Yeah, I think that's why I've been able to mix as well as I have, because I don't actually know when the band has given up on a song.
Right.
And they're like, we'll just give it to him. We
Everything
don't
you
release
get
let's just see what he
can
does.
be amazing.
Because if it isn't, it's my fault. I don't put it on anybody. I've always, and I had this thing that I've mentioned before, and maybe that's why it helped. I always had, first of all, I always had the visual, because I missed performing so much that there was an audience. So when I'm mixing, there's an audience that's listening to me mix, which makes you nervous, right? Because that nervousness you get from performing. And so it would make me perform. Of course, when I was doing, Luther, I'd be mixing with a room full of people, and I was standing up and mixing, right? So I was actually performing, but when there's nobody there, I had an audience in my head. And then if I didn't do well, they'd be like, boo. Right? So I was like, ooh, I don't like that, right? And then when I'd be working with somebody and I was like, I can't do this, I imagined that there was on the couch, right out there in the lobby, just in the other room, 3 great mixers. 3, always ready, always better than me.
And anyone in particular? Was it like a moving roster? It was just this nebulous.
It was just this nebulous.
The 3 horsemen of the apocalypse, basically,
right.
on the couch.
And any one of them could get up and say, well, I can do it if you can't.
Right.
I always, well, if you can't, and that is the truth. That is the truth, right? I could sit there and I can't do this, and my buddy Nico Bolas can come in and go, well, I'll do that. Right?
Well, fuck Nico,
or
man.
Andy Wallace, I could do that, or, back then, or, any of those guys, that they can do that.
Yeah.
And so I was like, so to say I can't do that was a total cop-out, because the truth is maybe I can't, but it can be done. Which is why, is what I've been teaching my assistants from the beginning. When I hear them say, I can't, I go nuts. I go berserk on them. They know never to say that again, because the truth is that it can be done. And here's the important thing. If you go into the mindset that you can do it, all these ideas happen. They come to you because you have such a positive feeling that it can. But if you get into the habit of can't, then that opportunity for that creativity never surfaces. And, it's just so important to, wow, I think can you still hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Just start.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. This is what is so important. And look, I was a bike racer, and the first time I was like, 6 yards from the back, and that 6 yards, I couldn't make it up. I was going as hard as I could to get back into the group, into the peloton.
The peloton, yeah.
And I was just working so hard, but I was also stressing over it. I wasn't relaxed about it, but I was afraid. And then finally my body, my brain says, it's too painful, quit. And it was a bad decision, because the next time it happened, that was my reference.
Right.
It hurts too much. You can quit again. What's it going to change your life? And the thing is, it will change your life. And as a mixer, you just have to go in it with going, I can do it. It's like, I know I can do it. I don't know yet how, but I know, I feel good about it. Something's going to come up and I feel happy about it. And then I'm going to be, and then, you know, Andrew, how you, in your mind, you start already projecting how happy you are because, you know, you came up with something really cool, right? As opposed to, you know, that cloud and your failure and depression. That's your other choice. And yet nothing's happened yet. It's
Right.
like, why are you thinking that way, right?
I spend a lot of
It's
time in that
virtual.
cloud, to be honest, but it's,
And
yeah,
to be honest, I've been there too, but I prefer this. It's all virtual, right? It's all in your head. So why
yeah,
not think about the other ops? And I have that reference. I know that I've overcome stuff. And I'll give you a great example of that is um with uh, with a speed of sound, right? Coldplay. They brought that in and they go, "Here, Michael. Okay, we'll see you later." Like they all run out real quick, you know, like, "Oh, okay." So I start mixing it, you know, and usually I've got something, you know, it's like you got to have something feeling good in 15, 20 minutes. You know, I'm like building it and a half an hour goes by and 45 minutes go by and I'm like, man, this just is not coming together. Put all the faders down. Like, let me do this again. And, you know, usually if I start at 10 by 1:30, they would, anybody, you know, I'm done. And it's like now 12 o'clock and I'm calling them, you know, I'm like, hey, listen, you know, come a little later, come in another hour. And I put it up again. And I'm like, man, this doesn't good either. 45 minutes, an hour. And you know how the potential is, you start getting tired, right? I'm putting it down and I'm like, what's happening to me? That's all I can think of is what's happening to me? Why am I missing? What am I missing? And I think I was always bringing it up, starting with the drums and stuff. And I was like, and I finally, I think this was going on the fourth attempt. Now, you know what your mental state is by the fourth attempt, right? It's now stressful. Now you're starting to get the butterflies,
yeah.
right? And so I thought, I have to completely do the opposite. It's the only way this is going to work. And so I started with the synths and I made the synths really big. And then I added the vocals. And then everything else became a support. Instead of the synths and the vocal kind of supporting everything I had, I was like, no. And so because that was the main ingredient, my EQing and my balancing naturally was there not to blur what now is my main element.
Right.
Right. And when I did that, there was a point where I could, you know, I just started getting goosebumps and I could feel like, you know, that's when I yell, I'm in, right? I'm in. And the assistant knows, you know, that the day's going to go well.
Right.
Right. And I could feel it, you know, I was like, I'm in. I was just like, oh my God, finally in. And they came in and they were like, they just couldn't believe it. I mean, of course, with Chris, you know, there's always going to be a few more hours of, you know, but they looked at me when it was done. They said, you know, Michael, we got to admit to you, we were not even going to put this on the album because we could never get the bridge to work. We could never get that thing. And that's what was happening to me. I could never get it to go to the place where it's like, you know, it's a record. But had I known that, had I wanted to move the blame,
Yeah.
you would have never, that record would have never made the album because they would have said, this is just what I thought.
Yeah.
You know what
Exactly.
I'm saying? Like I would have confirmed what they were thinking and they were like, it's okay, you know, because we never, but because of the attitude that I've grown up with in that approach, it allowed me just to keep searching because it was on me. It was me, because if I didn't do it, three of those motherfuckers outside on the couch would have come in and done it.
Right.
Right. That was like, and that helps you. It always helped me drive, which was, a bit of good fear right in there. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, you think you think because you can't do it, it can't be done. Right.
Right.
Come
Amazing.
again.
Look, I want to there's a quote from, I don't even remember where the hell it was, but when you decided that, okay, you're not going to do the production, you're not going to pursue this in London anymore, that not only did you decide to go back to the States, focus on American stuff, but that also you wanted to focus on great singers. Like, that was a thing. And was that because you sort of missed what you were getting when you're working with Luther and with Aretha, or this is just the next step in what's going on? Like,
well, as soon as I started producing, I wasn't producing artists like Luther. And I was like, oh my God, this is awful. I never had to worry about somebody singing in pitch.
right.
And now I have to spend all day long getting to sing in pitch. But what I realized, I think early on, it was like, I want to mix the greatest singers of our time. That's a good goal. That's doable. And that gave me a whole new excitement.
Right.
In the sense of, if I'm going to be a mixer only, do I want to be pigeonholed into just mixing one style of music? I'll get so jaded. I'll get so bored. But what if I mix the greatest singers in the world? Now, that's a goal. Then that means that now I have the freedom to go into different styles of music.
Right. That's great. Look, now that we've got you to the point where you're just mixing, I'm going to bring up records. You can bring up records, because I love the story about the Coldplay track. But I want to go back a little bit earlier. I want to hear a little bit about the Was Not Was records you worked on, especially What Up Dog, because obviously that's a huge record. But you worked with them 4 years before that too.
Yeah. Oh, the Was Not Was records Don was. Have you ever worked with Don?
Yeah, many times.
He is a special human being, man.
Yeah.
He is the most laid back, always smiles, always very, very positive. And look, if you can be the producer of the Stones for more than one album, trust me, they don't like anybody.
Yeah.
The Glimmer Twins, they don't even like each other that much, right?
No. And so, he's 25 years in now with them.
Yeah. And so for that to happen, it ain't luck. And he has a certain aura about him, and his ability not to get in the way. You almost don't think he's producing.
Yeah.
Right? Because he's back in the back of the room. And the only time you start hearing him is when maybe the direction is starting to make a right and needs to go back to the center. And then he'll just gently come up. Until then, you're thinking, what's he doing in the room? And I mean that as a compliment, not like, you know what I'm saying?
No, he's a genius with that.
The genius behind that is him being quiet and a great listener. I have never seen anyone else like that. Now, will it work on every record? If it does, it does. And if it doesn't, then they need somebody who's like a dictator. And then, then they shouldn't have picked Don, right? But that's the genius behind him. And that's why, he made records with a lot of people that I've mixed, with John Mayer and well, it's endless.
Yeah.
And besides the fact that he is an unbelievable bass player.
Yeah.
Right. So with Don and I, we just connected really, really early. And he was still living in Detroit. And there was this one artist called Sweet Pea Atkinson. It's a great, great record. And he found this guy. He's like really rough. I mean, he was just like, really, he was in a rough neighborhood and he was a rough kid, guy. And he's like, I want to make your record. And so he called me to record and mix it. And Yogi was on drums and, Don, everybody. And I went to this studio in Detroit. The name will come to me. And it was a scary part of town. This was when Detroit, literally, Sound Suite was called. And it was so scary that we never stopped at lights. We ran all the lights, and then we told the studio owner, we're coming. And he would open the gate. We'd drive right in, and the gate would close, and then we'd do the record.
Wow.
And this was during the day. It was not a good time. And then we go in, and they had an MCI desk, a very funky, it was an MCI. I was thinking Harrison, but Harrison was an offshoot of MCI. There was an MCI desk. It was that yellow.
Yeah, the 500 right? Series. That's what I learned on.
And the 500, and it had an amazing mid-range, right?
Yeah.
Really grainy.
Real like API, but more character in a way.
But way more character. The bottom end, top end, but great. And you never knew how many of those channels actually worked. I mean, I knew which ones didn't work, right? So, you always kept it within whatever channels worked. And then same thing with a multi-track. 23 doesn't work. So you didn't go to 23, And we would make records. And they still had this studio was still from the 70s. And so they had, remember the plush carpeting?
Oh, yeah.
So like this big red plush carpeting that came out of the wall. And then for the clock, it was like this big watch with the straps. Remember those?
Yes.
Right. So it was like this plush carpeting on the wall. That room was dead. There was no way top end was going to escape that room. I'll tell you that. It was a hog for Pride End. And then and the control, the studio was probably extremely tight then because everything was about close miking, right? And Don, back then at such a early part in my career, he believed in me, and it just made me want to be as great as possible to impress him. All I ever wanted to do was get the greatest drum sound he ever heard, or the greatest is the greatest that, because it would make him so happy. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and so it just inspired me even more. It's just like, when you're mixing a record where they go, okay, this is what we want. Do this, do this, do this, do that. Don't, and you're, okay, fine, you do it. And then the other people go, just do your thing. Oh, we love that. And then what does that happen? On the next song, what happens, right? Because, so you're so used to, there's two approaches to mixing, and you kind of really love the one where you can just impress somebody and have more fun and try crazy things. Like, oh, that was crazy. Give me more of that crazy, instead of going, no, it's not like our rough. We want that, which is, again, that's a different approach. It's a different mentality, which I welcome. But the one where they just go like this, and then you do something and they go, oh, that was so cool. It's just, that was fun. And that's what it was like working with Don. It was, and then eventually he decided to move to LA. Yeah. But, those trips to Detroit, or he'd come to Media Sound and I'd mix stuff. I think what we would do is I would record everything in Detroit and then I'd bring it back to Media Sound and I'd mix it there.
And so was he any different to work with Was Not Was, where he's the artist as well? Obviously he and David are the guys and Don's kind of producing, but he's definitely part of a band on those records.
Yeah,
so it's a bit different.
But it was mostly him and Dave, and they got along fine. And if they didn't, that was all towards making even a more, a better record.
So not too different from the records he was producing when you're working on those?
His demeanor was identical. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's so
It's crazy.
fucking
And then to
cool.
think about the pressures that he actually was under and the things that he had to do, that's a pro, man.
Yeah,
That's a pro. It's like when, it's like the job is making this record, and all the outside forces you compartmentalize and you keep them out there, which is how I learned. I learned as things in my life, my personal life was starting to, and I was able to compartmentalize and keep that part of it, still come in and just go into that zone, feel relaxed, enjoy myself. And for those 2 or 3 hours or 4 or 5 hours, nothing could hurt me. It was like I was in a happy place. I was mixing. And look, it's not like there were challenges, just like, there were definitely, what those days are like. You're like, but that's what you're focusing on.
right.
You're focusing on that, and you're not letting the outside stuff. And in a sense, which kind of leads to something we'll talk down a little further, but that was my meditation. It gave me strength. It made me happy. And plus I was racing my bike. I had a great balance because, in the studio, there's no windows, you're solo, you're thinking, and then when you're on the bike, it's a whole chess game. You're talking, you're analyzing, you're controlling the race. It was so addictive in a beautiful way. And it would balancing so that when I was in mixing, I was happy. And then when I was on with the team, it was the total opposite. I'm outside, whether the weather is good or bad, and I'm part of a team. I'm not solo, so it was a beautiful balance.
Right.
But eventually outside things start to creep in, and then you just can't quite think as clearly anymore. It's just, it catches up.
Right. Well, all right, we got so many records to talk about, but let's talk about a little artist named James Brown, for instance.
Oh man, do I got stories about that one.
Yeah, let's hear at least one of them.
All right, so we've already discussed that I always had my mindset on I wanted mix the greatest singers, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I would do. I used to, like, I'd be taking a shower and I would visualize my next, right? And who I want. And one night, I'm in my bed. I'm just laying on my bed. It's probably a Friday night or something. And I've probably been partying, and then now I'm just like home wondering if that hangover is going to come or not. And I'm watching CNN, and they're interviewing James Brown, Mr. Brown, by the way.
Yeah.
And he's about to get out in 6 months or something, right? And so, well, Mr. Brown, he'd been in there for like 2 years or so. He goes, yeah, I'm gonna go out there, I'm gonna make a record, yeah, that's right. And I was like, oh. And he goes, yeah, I got a lot of songs, I'm gonna be doing this, I'm be back in the studio right away. And I was like, And I was like, I'm gonna mix James Brown next. That was just, and then every day I just had that in my mind that I would get that phone call. I was just not all day long. It was just sitting in the peripheral, just kind of, if I had nothing else to, like suddenly it'd be almost like a mantra, like James Brown's going to call me. James Brown's going to call me. Oh, and I'm going to get so excited when I hear the call. It's one of those things. And then I'm in the penthouse at Quad, and I get a call. And it's from the Scotti brothers. Scotti brothers, who manage Mr. Brown. And go, Michael Brauer? I go, yeah. He goes, yeah, so your name came up a few times, about making Mr. Brown's next record.
So you had not pursued this actively at all, other than visualizing it every day.
I visualized it. I really don't think anybody knew the James Brown camp.
Right.
It was just, but I understand I've been making a lot of records
Yeah,
at
yeah,
this
yeah.
point. Word's
Yeah, I
going
mean,
to
it's
get
not out
out.
of the blue, but still.
Right.
Yeah.
They're thinking about, who's doing, who are the top guys are going to do R&B, right? And so my name pops up, and along with two others, I don't quite remember the great Latin records. And anyway, so I'm like, yeah. He goes, yeah. So we're going to be doing Mr. Brown's record. We're thinking about, and he names the other two people, and I'm like, well, nobody knows nobody knows R&B like me. Right. I mean, I've done Aretha, done Dionne Warwick, I've done the funk, and I was confident. I wasn't arrogant. You know what happens when you become arrogant, right? It never works well for you. But it was more of a pride thing of like, well, I think I could be great for Mr. Brown because this is my background, right? He says, all right, well, we're going to think about it. We'll get back to you. And then, of course, I continued with that thought process, the getting the phone call, the excitement, like with Susan playing, wahoo, right? And I got the call. And I'm like, wahoo! And he goes, great. He goes, all right, so, we're going to go down to criteria. You're going to record it. And I'm like, whoa, wait. I hadn't recorded in years at this point. I hadn't recorded really since working with Luther at that point.
Right.
I'd been good 6 years. I hadn't touched, a microphone. And so I said, well, can you get somebody else to record it and I'll mix it? And he goes, you want to mix it? You're going to record it. And I was like, okay, yeah, I can do that. So I fly down the floor and I'm in a hotel room, right? And I look at criteria and I'm looking at the rooms. There's so much history there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the history in that, the Bee Gees, all the James Brown hits. I mean, you name it. And Tom Dowd, Allman Brothers, Eric and the Dominoes. But it's Tom Dowd in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh my God. Now I'm nervous because there's just, you can just feel the history on there, right? And so I pass this one room. He's showing me around. There's one room, and it's just the storage room, and the control room is upstairs. It's like almost like at Abbey Road, with the Beatles, that room where you go walk down the stairs. Same with Motown, that Motown was upstairs, and then the main studio was down the stairs, the basement. And I go, wow, what's this room? I could just, it just can just be. He goes, oh, that's where James Brown did all his hits, And I was like, wow. And then another room, and this is where this, and I'm like, oh my God, right? So I'm all excited, and they had no gear. I had to rent all the gear from New York City, from SIR or something. Anyway, I go back to my hotel room, and then a few hours later, manager calls me and he goes, so Michael, Mr. Brown was just here. And I'm thinking to myself, why does he say it that way? He goes, so does he know that you're recording for him? I go, well, why wouldn't his management have told him? He goes, well, I don't know where to start with this, but he walks in and he goes, oh, where's my room? And then the manager goes, well, Mr. Brown, it's a storage room now. He goes, well, clear it out. I want to be recording in this room, right? And where's Max? He goes, Max retired a few years ago. He's on a boat. We don't know where he is. He goes, Max isn't here? Well, who's making my record? It was like, that's Michael Brauer. Michael Brauer. Sounds white. What's he done? He's telling me this, and I'm like, feeling nauseous. And he says to me, he goes, is this guy good? He goes, well, yeah, he's really good. He's done Aretha, he's done, Luther, he's done, the divas. He goes, all right, well, I'll tell you right now. If I don't like him, we'll all pack up and we're going to go home. And he tells me this. I'm like, he said, we'll just pack up and go home? Because, yeah, what he said. I was like, great. I haven't recorded in 6 years. Right? And I'm like, wow, I'm gonna have to blow his mind. But that's not new to me. And then I thought about it, right, Andrew? And I'm thinking, I'm gonna do what I have always done. After all those years of recording R&B, what did I do? It was just like the ad dates. I already did I knew what my EQs were for the drums. I knew what my EQ for the bass and how I would put it out of phase, and get that, that sound. I'd always put the direct out of phase to the amp, right? And I bring those two. And then suddenly the mid-range would pop and it would be clear, but I would do it in such a way so it didn't sound thin, but it would just sound so clear and, bursting. And I'm just going to do everything that I remembered. It's like, once you ride a bike in this sense, because I had thousands of hours in this, right? This is not something that even at 6 years, I'm going to forget.
Right.
And as soon as I got to the console, I just started doing all my EQs. I looked at outside the room. I looked what the equipment was going to be, the drums. I had rented, the gear that I need. I had my Pultex, I had my Neeps. And then I was like, and when he comes in, I'm going to have so much bottom end, man, that his little flare pants are going to like vibrate, right? And there's a point where, the next gate comes in. I'm ready. I got all the stuff, I got all the musicians and stuff. All right. Got the horn section. The horn section is in an ISO booth, and it wasn't JB. It was, who was the great horn guy? Oh my goodness. I was just listening to him the other day.
It's not going to come to me.
Oh goodness. Anyway, great player. He wasn't there anymore, but the rest of his, the guys that played with him were there. And then organ and backing singers, drummer, bass player, guitar player. And he, and we're all waiting. And then this big, tough guy, really like a bouncer, like you would from hell, comes in and he goes, oh, he's part of the entourage. He's like the scout. Because Mr. Brown's going to be coming in pretty soon, and I'm going to just lay some rules down on you. I'm like, okay. Yeah, and we're all there. Like all the musicians, we're all in the room. He goes, first of all, you call Mr. Brown and Mr. Brown. You don't call him JB. And this is like, I'm starting to chuckle because there was a skit in Saturday Night Live that used to be JB, remember? Mm-hmm. And he's like, he's JB, remember that little card?
Yeah.
He's like, you don't call him James Brown. You don't call him JB. You don't call him anything but Mr. Brown. Do we understand that? Like, yeah. You go, and you do not swear. Never swear. It's like, okay, all right, we got it. All right. A few minutes later, he comes in, right? And he is looking good. He's got a little kerchief there. He's got kind of like light blue. They weren't bell bottoms. They were the flare bottoms. Remember that? Leather high heel boots, right? Hair all looking good. And he was ready to rock. And so the band goes out there and he goes, Where's the talk back? All right, let me hear it. Right. And they start playing. And I'm like, man, this ain't no James Brown groove, man. It was just like, it was so soulless. And he's looking at me and I'm looking at him and he goes, where's that talk back? He goes, hey, stop. I'm coming out. And he looks at me and he goes, man. It's like, and he goes out and he goes to the drummer and he goes, let me hear what you're playing. Right? He goes, no, man, play this. Right? And then guy's like, all right, yeah, that's it. And he goes to the guitar player and he goes, let me hear what he's playing. He's like, and he goes, no, man, let me hear it. Diddly, 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 diddly. Yeah, let me hear the bass. And the bass was the only guy who was like keeping it on the one. And like, the one is everything. And so everything that had to always fall on the one. And it was, his one is like the one of all ones,
Yeah.
And if you ever see his documentary, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's like, just, it took years for people to really know what that felt like, to be able to feel it. And, and then and the horn players, they were good. They had their thing. Keyboard, I think but I remember just what he did with it. And then he goes, all right, let me hear it. He goes, yeah, all right. That's good. All right, let's run it down. And he looks around and I had him, his mic in a different booth, right? And he's like, all right, let's run it down. And of course, I'm ready to record, right? Because he says, let's run it down. And he grabs the 87, the room mic. And he goes, all right, let's run this down. And he goes, 1, 2, 3, 4. And he does it. He runs it down and I'm recording and then it's done. And he goes, all right, that's good. That was great. Next song. And I'm like, Mr. Brown, can we just do the vocal real quick? And he goes, I did the vocal. Go, yeah, Mr. Brown, but you sang it in the room mic. I got you and everybody. You got a problem with that? I was like, no, Mr. Brown.
Nope.
No problem with that. He goes, all right, let's run down the next one. Let's take a break, I ran out there, man. I replaced that 87 with a 421 just in case. Next song comes in, I'd run it down. He would tighten everything up. It always sounded like a James Brown groove. Songs weren't great, unfortunately. And that part was a very big disappointment for me. But I got to be with him and I got to hear all his stories. And then the second song, he goes, all right, let's run this. He grabs a room mic again. He goes, all right, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I was like, gotcha.
Wow.
And it was, and he would tell us story. He told me all the stories of, when he had his own private plane and what led him to, end up in jail and, the real reason for that. And somebody was breaking into his office and he chased him out and then he chased him happened to chase him across the county line or state line. And then, he happened to have maybe a gun in the, in the glove compartment, who knows? And that kind of, how it went down, but.
Wow.
Yeah. And I'm thinking 6 weeks, right? 6 weeks to make this record. And he goes, yeah, I'm going to Vegas on Tuesday. And I'm like, oh, when are you going to be back? Back? I'm not coming back. I go, well, how are we going to finish the record? What do you mean? We're going to be finished with the record. We're going to be done on Friday. You're going to mix it on Saturday and Sunday. I'm mastering it on Monday, and I'm going to Vegas on Tuesday. It's like,
and that's exactly what happened, isn't it?
Exactly what happened. I was like, that's not bad. I can mix 4 songs a day because that's what we used to do, you know, thank goodness.
Yeah. Yeah. Amazing. I'm glad I asked
Crazy, right?
about that one. So look, another one from that same year, and I'm bringing it up because I love the band, but I think it's also the relationship with the producers, the Fishbone record you mixed that in
Oh
'91.
my God. That's my introduction to David Kahn,
Yeah.
who became my best friend, who is godfather to my son. And Ava is godmother uh, to Sophia, I believe. They're both connected. They're both godfather and godmothers. So he was head of Columbia A&R, chief or senior of A&R, right? And he calls me, and he had produced the Fishbone record, and he wanted. I don't know what led to him calling me to mix it. That's too long ago, but he says, you know, do you mix this Fishbone record? Now, if you think about this record, it has a little bit of everything, right?
Yeah.
It's got the rock, it's got the kind of the band stuff, it's got the R&B, it's got the funk, it's got the pop, right? Because through all of this, that melody has got to hang up there, but it has to have all of those other influences. I knew all those other influences, right? I mean, there's a good 15 years of different styles of music I've been mixing all in one song. So at any point when a chorus comes in, I'm like, oh man, that's got to go more pop, or that's got to go more funk, or that's got to go more. I knew exactly how to get there because that's how I wanted to feel that section. And I knew their influences were from that because I was reacting to it. It was very obvious to
Yeah.
me, each section, what needed to happen and when it needed, you know, to be more guitar heavy and stuff. The clean was not going to happen. It could maybe be polished, but it had to have a serious edge to the pop element of it, right? And that's where it started with David and I, and it went really, really well. And then he started calling me for, you know, all his important records to remix, you know, and that's where the first introduction of what I eventually called May I, the second approach to mixing, right? The approach where just match it and improve it.
Right.
And I started calling it May I, as opposed to, you know, I am. You know, when you're mixing a record, I am. But with May I, it's like, May I, you know, just match your mix and just improve it. And that it took years to develop the mental attitude towards that, and also the skill to be able to match, and then to decide, well, what elements need to be done? Because when you're matching something, it's because, you know, in this case, David was very happy with the mix. He just needed more of this and that. In the beginning, he would tell me, give me more of this, give me more of that. Eventually, you know, you'd have to decide on your own, what are those 2 little elements? Because you pick the wrong 2, you're going the other direction.
Right.
And that's where David, I remember once, you know, David giving me a cassette of something really cool. He says, yeah, it's been cooking in this guy's car. You know, in the sun. So it's a little bit warbly, but I kind of like it, you know, and I like it like it's just everything's kind of just overcooked a bit. Like, give me that, but make it pop.
Right.
And give me more top end and bottom, right? And that was kind of that would be the challenge, you know, and it used to take me a long time. I was like, what are you crazy? You know, I'd be like, all the compressors were on overdrive, and that's how you learn how far you can go with stuff, you know. It was, so with David, it was just Dion Ferris, man. When I mixed Dion Ferris, it was just like Randy Jackson was the producer on that. And the song was called I Know. And I just I really gave it such a completely different feel. And I only had this one little loop to work with. And I put this loop into what I think I had a Korg A1.
Mm-hmm.
You
Oh, I
remember that?
love those. Yeah, the guitar processors. They were amazing.
Right. And I put it, and here's the problem. It had been a demo. And so everything was basically in it. And then, you know, that sliding guitar and I know, whoa, 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 you know, it's like the
Mm-hmm.
hook. It was buried in there. It was buried in this loop. And I didn't know, you couldn't EQ it out. I mean, to bring it up in level, right? And there were a lot of other things that had been overdubbed and played, but the hook was there. And then they had overdubbed the part, but it just didn't have that life in it, right? And so I put it into my Korg A1, one of the guitar settings, and I'm going through the, you know how you just no, no, no. And then suddenly the slide guitar jumps out about as much as you want it. I was like, oh my God, this is great. And I turned the other one down, and that was the driving force, you know. And then you'll hear on this one where things suddenly stop before going back into a verse or something, you know. And I would just, I always loved doing that. I would hit everything, and it, you know, and then turn it back on, you know, and boom, boom. It was just, again, performance. I'm having fun, you know, and I have this blessing of like, do it, do it, do it. You're going to be fine. Do it,
Right.
do it. As opposed to the fear, you know. I'm having a great, great time. It was a hard mix, but you don't think that way. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, you're climbing that mountain, and you know you're going to get to the top. And boy, how good it's going to feel when you get there. That was always my attitude that helped me get through some impossible challenges,
Right.
which you and I both know.
It's a great attitude to have, man. It really is. It's quite extraordinary. So look, I'm going to, because I have a feeling we could be here for about 6 weeks straight, and that would be great.
I'll
But
stop talking.
no. But I'm going to bring some stuff up, but I'm probably going to be skipping over things. So just like you did with the Dion Ferris thing,
All right.
absolutely digress. Because
I'll try to shorten.
No. I'm not asking you to shorten anything. I'm just saying I'm going to give like
Okay.
little skeleton keys, and you'll open up whatever doors you want to open.
Hopefully they'll open.
Oh, they'll open. Okay. Because we're not quite at this. Okay, so before we get to the Coldplay record, which obviously we're going to spend some time talking about Parachutes, but the New Radicals record. Let's talk about Greg for a second.
Oh God. Wow, he's a special human being, man. He's got energy for days. And there were several unique things about Greg, but let's just start with, let's look behind what has happened to me and the music scene. Because grunge has surfaced for about 2 years before, right?
Yeah.
And the guys like Andy and Brian and so many others, and even Chris, they've been working this wave of kind of dirty records, grungy records, right? Mostly, I mean, Andy and Brian O'Brien, and I haven't. I've been doing all the pop records, right? Pop rec. I'm doing great, all pop. And then Nirvana comes around, and overnight, everybody says, this is what we think of pop.
Right.
We don't want pop anymore. We don't like it clean. We don't like it compressed. We don't like it reverby. We like it kind of nasty, right? Nasty and dark. But when you listen to what Andy Wallace did, it is not nasty. That's the irony of this whole thing. So what does my discography look like? It doesn't have anything. While Andy and the other guys have been riding this wave. I didn't have a manager who was saying, you need to be riding this wave that was building. I didn't know there was a tsunami thing. I'm very happy here. That's why you got a manager. A manager is supposed to help you, drive you to where you should be going, right? Wrong. So when this happens, I'm like, wow, Nirvana is really cool. It's like, wow, it is just a different sound. And this is at the point where Andy Wallace now, is just, now his name.
Yeah.
Right? He's now becoming a household name. They're like, who mixed that? Right? Now everybody knows. It's not as if people didn't already know Andy, but now Andy is in a very special place. Right? He's at the top of the, Mount Everest.
Yeah.
It's like all alone. And everybody who's on the way up is benefiting from this, right? Because now Nirvana, everybody wants to sign a Nirvana type, everybody who's already making those records. And then there's me. They're like, I'd like to do some of that. You're a pop mixer. You're a pop mixer. I'm like, no, I can really, you're a pop mixer. We don't want that sound. We don't want anything with reverb. Bands don't even want to look at you because you've got reverb. I'm like, well, fuck me. This is my life, right? I'm always struggling. When I was doing tight R&B, nobody thought I could do, rock R&B. And then I do the Stones and they're like, well, that's kind of rocky, bro, And then I move over and I'm doing big pop records. And then like, well, he can't do this. He can't do. It's always like, you can't, right? And I'm on a mission here. It's like, stop doing that because I need to get after the great singers. Nothing doing, man. I'm telling you, Andrew, it was a tough 2 years. I mean, I'm doing stuff, but all the reverbs turned off. I just turned them all off. Didn't use them, didn't even plug them in. And then, I go out of my way to turn down the top end to get the mid-range grungier and nothing doing, it was a tough couple of years. Meanwhile, all my peers are just, they're flying, man. It's like they're doing great. And I'm thinking, well, am I still relevant? Am I still relevant? Those 4 words that keep popping in your career,
Mm-hmm.
And then one day I get this guy calling me. I'm telling you, I thought it was a crank phone call, right? And I don't know how he got my number. He goes, hey, Michael Brauer. Yeah. He goes, hey, my name is Greg Alexander, man. I got this record I'm making, and you know what? Fuck grunge, right? I want everything you used to do, man. I want your reverbs. I want your delays. I want it all, man. I'm like, all right, who is this? This is a cruel thing to be saying to me, And he goes, no, man, I'm telling you, man, I got this band, New Radicals. We're going to be great. And I want you mixing it. And I go, okay, well, that would be great. I mean, that hadn't come yet, right? You know what I'm saying, Andrew?
Yeah.
It's like, that hasn't happened. Reverb has not been reintroduced yet.
Right.
And so, and I'm like, okay. And then like a month later, something, he goes, listen, Michael, MCA, they insist that blah, 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 and blah, 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 mix this record. And I said, I don't care. I'm going to go ahead and do what they're saying, but you're mixing this record. I was like, okay, because I'm telling you, you're going to be mixing the important ones. They want something, I'll do it, but I'm going to turn them down. So just bear with me, be patient. And then, more weeks go by. And then one day he calls me, he goes, okay, I'm coming to New York. You're going to mix this song called You Get What You Give. And I was like, all right. So he comes to New York, and I was at Sony, and I was in Studio A, and Studio A had, I think, 96 channels.
Yeah.
I was in heaven, man. The more channels, the merrier, right? I loved it. And, you know, and for me, it was just a big keyboard. You know, I never wrote anything down. I always memorized everything. And so I would just, you know, I just memorized, I'd mix. He comes in, and I had never worked with a producer that produced at the point of the mix. In other words, he had, I don't know, 200 tracks, but he hadn't decided what he'd do with them yet. While usually mixers, I mean, producers come in, they know, you know, they whittle it down. They know now with all the stuff they've done, they've either erased it or they've got, you know, a slave or a final master with basically the remnants of all the big production, right? Not with Greg. So he comes in and I'm like, there's like 10 guitars, 4 pianos, 3 basses. You know, we spent, I think, maybe 5 hours just on the intro. And I'm thinking, wow, man, we're just in the intro. I wasn't used to that, right? I mix a song in 3 hours. It's 5 hours. I'm not at the verse yet.
Right.
So I was like, okay, but I was going to go with it because there was something here, right? There was something there, and the guy knew what he was doing, and he was very nice about things. It's like, it was almost like a passive aggressive kind of approach, but in a positive way, right? And just full of energy. He's like, you know, and just very respectful and so happy that I'm mixing it. And I'm so happy that I'm actually turning reverbs on again and delays, right? And so we get to the verse, and, you know, he'd go, okay, you know, and I put reverb. You know, I mean, when he came in, I presented the mix, but, you know, I was trying to throw in everything in the kitchen sink, right? And so now that's why we would spend 5 hours, like he's just trying ideas, right? So the mix, when he walked in, the mix felt good, but the arrangement was far from ready, right? And so eventually it was really, you know, he took so much out, and the more he took out, the bigger it got, right? And then finally it was starting to be really led by the piano, and then the verse comes in, and I already had reverb and delay, you know, and he goes, give me more delay. More. He goes, can you give me more? Can you give me more? And I'm like, I love you. You know, it's like, I kept adding more. He goes, and give me more reverb, give me more reverb. I want the records you were making, you know, this is where we're going now. We're going back, you know, and I was like, all right. And, you know, maybe we left it up overnight and continued next day. Greg probably has better memory of this than I do. And it was done, that song, and it just felt unbelievable. It was so positive, it was so happy. Yeah. And understand that a lot of these records that I've done are really a kind of a feeling of what I'm going through. Right? I can't tell you how many records, if I was breaking up with a girlfriend, I'd be mixing a record about breaking up. Or if I just fall in love with a girl, the whole record would be about falling in love, right? And so my mixes would always be even more emotional because I was living it, you know. And then if it was a sad, I'd be crying when I'm mixing, you know, it's sad, and he had cheated on, or she had cheated on him, or he had cheated on her, and I felt awful, you know, and maybe that just happened to me, you know, like, you know. And so it always made for a great mix, because I can't write a song. I have not an inkling of a melody or a word, right? So for me to mix somebody else expressing somebody else's, which is why I was going after the great singers too, it's just, how can you lose, right? It's like, that was how I could express myself, because, you know, we have all those feelings, but when you can't write them down or write a song, where's the release? So for me, mixing and becoming that singer and becoming that story, that's why why I was so happy, because I could now express what it was going through to me. And this was a song where it was just so positive and so full of energy, and reverb was back and delay was back. And so for this little time period, because I didn't know whether that would be the first and last, or even if it would get released, I don't know any of that, right? I was really in a happy place. And of course, when that hit the radio, this was a time for a change.
Yeah. And
I was part of that. And the excitement, I remember hearing it first time I was in, I don't know, big superstore, who knows? And I heard it, and I was walking down an aisle, and I heard it on the speakers above, and I was like, yeah. And I was like, yes, yes. It felt so good. It felt so good.
That's great. That song was huge. Huge. Amazing.
And still to this day, and Greg replayed it with Danielle, for the Biden ceremonial, and what's it called?
What?
Brain left.
The inauguration.
The day he was in inauguration.
Yeah.
Well, that was a difficult word to remember. And they had a lot of people playing. They got Bon Jovi, everybody, right? And Greg put a band together along with Danielle and sang that song. And it blew my mind that after all these years, he still had the same energy. His voice was still strong. And I called him. I said, how did you do that? It was just like, that's incredible that you still had that same excitement. It was really, really cool. So my hat off to Greg. And, I helped him and he helped my career. I helped his career. He helped my career. And that's the great thing about working with new artists, which you can, my discography kind of shows that. I love that unique ability to find what is great about this particular artist that you can just bring out and just capitalize on. It's so much more fun to make those freshman records. The second records are tough because you don't know where they've been. They might be jaded, they may hate everybody. Maybe the guy who mixed their previous record was a mercenary, and and they didn't listen, and now they hate me, and I haven't even put up the mix yet,
Well, another record from that time, which is probably in the same vein, but a totally different record, is that Leona Ness record, which I love that record.
Yes. Oh, wow. Leona. Yeah. It's the same. I remember I was mixing that in B, in Studio B. It's just the same. I don't have as many stories because at that point, I think things were moving a bit quicker, but it was just another record where I just couldn't wait to mix. It just made me feel so good, and then I would just get those hooks going, and then I take them home, and usually I never listened to what I did at home. Like, when I'm done here, it's good. We go back and we make some more changes, fine. But I never had regret or I got to study this, but with Leona and some others, I just take it home because I wanted to hear it,
right?
Again and again.
Brilliant. Yeah, it's a great record, and that came out the same year as the Coldplay record. So we got to talk about Coldplay, because obviously we got to talk about Coldplay.
All right, so let's look in the vein of where I had been, right? So here I am, I'm making pop records, right? Pop record is all about the width, that polish feeling, the brightness in the upper mid-range. I had learned a lot from mixing British records. You bring the simple element out and you just, right, just catapult it out. And so it's just It's there. It sounds, just one or two little elements just popping out. But once that was off the table, I wasn't quite sure how to mix a record to be totally organic. And what's wrong, Clementine? Hello, come over here. Sorry, I got a dog that's moaning. Come on, Clem. Well, I can't take you outside right now. No,
There's like
don't look at me
16
that
feet
way.
of snow. You can't, it's not going to work.
You'll never come back. Don't look at me like that. All right, so Eric, my son, get Clementine. And so I'm like, I need to make things way more organic. And of course, remember now, I'm mixing for David, right? And David is pushing me. Every time I'd mix a record, he'd go, take that reverb off the vocal. Take the reverb off this. Take the reverb off that. That's too bright. That's too bright. And, and it would be this game where he would hit stop. And then he would hear a little bit of reverb, a little bit. He goes, aha. I go, come on, David, just give me a little bit of reverb, a little bit. It's so quiet, it's in the background, and we would laugh, but he'd be playing and hit stop and he could tell whether I still had reverb on. But David was absolutely instrumental in helping me lead towards something organic and dropping the go-tos and replacing it with something that was now more personal and real. But I'm still a pop mixer. And so I needed to have it organic, but not flat sounding, but it needed to be modern. Organic, but I needed to still infuse my pop as a melody driver in there somehow, without touching the integrity of how organic it was, right? But I didn't want, sometimes they'll say, well, it's nice and generic and organic. I go, yeah, generic is, I don't do generic. I mean, I'd rather that it be still feel organic, but that it doesn't have to be localized.
Right.
That it's be open. And David was absolutely instrumental in helping me get the mindset. Bomb to the point where there was nothing on vocals and nothing on this, says the internet connection is unstable. Are you still hearing me?
Yep. Got you. We missed you for a second, but I think we're all good.
Okay. So when I did that, it got to the point where I was like, okay. And I had a great manager at the time who would, when I was in England, Safta Jaffrey, who has since passed away. And he took me to the different, labels like he always did. And he would play, some of the records I had done. And most of them were the ones I had mixed in England, right? And this one, Miles, listened to it, and he was at EMI, right? Parlophone. And he listened to it and he goes, I love your sound. I love your sound. There's something you do that is just incredible. One day, I will call you with the right record for you. Just be patient. And as you and I know, we have heard that shit
endless
our whole career.
Yeah.
Do this one for free or do this one for half price. I promise I'll call you tomorrow for a hamburger today.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And you never hear from them again. Well, that's kind of how it was looking, and a year goes by. And then one day, Miles says, I got that record. Check this out. And it was yellow. And you know, look, there are records that we mix and they feel so good to us. And you go, wow, there's just so much hope in this record. And then you never hear it, right? You never hear it, yet the excitement was there. This was the same thing with this band. It's like, it was the mix that I got was such a generic local British sound. But in there was this vulnerability, but Chris had been brought out and it was a very, very indie mix. And at this point now, I'm getting really good. I'm making David happy, right? And I'm ready. And what comes along? Coldplay. So now it's like that big natural sound, but I want it to be fresh, right? And look, I've been mixing long enough now that when I hear a great singer, you know, I can hear it. To speak of, but others, you know, and they come along once every 5-10 years. At least, you know, as a mixer, when you're mixing hundreds and hundreds of records, then suddenly you hear one, you go, oh my goodness, this is just special. So when I heard this, I was like, wow, this is really, wow, this guy is, he just touches me. And once again, what was going on within the story of this record was starting to happen in my life, in my personal life. So I was very emotional to begin with, you know. And then along comes this song, and you know, it was like, wow, there's hope, but there's loneliness, you know, and what do I do? And it was one of those situations where how do I make it lonely? I tried everything. I'd been mixing again. It was one of those things where after 4 or 5 hours, I'm like, man, what's missing? What's missing? It's just doesn't touch me. You know, and that's the great thing. We are, you know, that's very important as mixers, right? You've got that other voice that says, this is good, this is not good, because you've got to be your own sounding board.
Yeah.
You know, and something was telling, and you got to be honest to yourself too. You can't say, well, I've got 4 gold records on here. This mix should be good enough. You know, it's like, I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. You know, your ego might tell you that, but the reality is, no, it's not good enough. And for me, it was very simple. You ain't making it, dude. Somebody from on that couch is going to walk in and take your place. And I was like, what can make loneliness? I've done everything. I've done the reverb on the vocal. I've done the acoustic guitars. I'm just like, it's still feeling generic. And I had just gotten this toy. It was a Waves L2. You remember that hardware?
Yeah.
It was for mastering.
Yeah.
And I was like, I was looking at that thing. I didn't really know what to do with it or how it worked. I was like, I don't know. Let me just try this. And I molted the snare and I put the snare into that thing and I just turned those knobs till all the lights went on, you know, and it's like doing it. And I brought it up on another channel. And that was it. I was like, that's the loneliness. Who would have thought it came from a snare drum? Now just keep it loud. But remember, it's not in Pro Tools. So going through all of that, there's a bit of out of phaseness, right? It's a little late. And I can't fix that. It's a good thing I couldn't fix it. And I'm putting it up and it had this hollowness about it because it wasn't, you could hit the phase switch and it wouldn't matter, right, because it was not 180, it was maybe 45 out, just enough to make that snare, that tight, you know, British snare hollow. And it was so squashed, it was hollow. And I was like, man, and I just made it real loud. So it was like under Chris's chin. I was like, wow, this is spooky to me. You know, it's like, it's just created this tension, you know, it's like a ominous tension almost, right? He's trying to be happy, but it's ominous underneath, right? And I think I tried it once or twice since then. It was like a one-shot deal where it just was appropriate for the song, but it helped transition and facilitate that mood by a support factor, but it was in a very important support,
Right.
you know, that led to an emotional reaction. And that's all I was going for. I didn't, you know, I would have never been able to come up with that if I was thinking balance, right? It was just like, what is it that's missing? It had nothing to do with balance. It was like, there's a feel missing. What could it be? What could it be? And you know what we do? We just keep doing this all over and over until something hits and you go, that's what that is. And then you move on. You don't think twice about it. And you don't know why. You just, it's you, because you're being honest. You know, you don't have 10 other things. You're not thinking about business. You're not thinking about this. You're not thinking about that. You're just thinking about the song and how you feel. And that's a very simple process that isn't necessarily simple, but it goes back to the fact that if you're in a relaxed state and you're in that zone, all these kind of things will happen naturally, right?
Yeah, and it's.
I mean, how does that happen with you? I mean, what's the, you know?
Well, no, it's. I think, you know, process-wise, I've absolutely no idea how it happens on each mix, but it is absolutely this idea from the very beginning of the mix. I know how I want to feel when we get to this part, and I know how I want to feel when the song ends, and I know how, you know, and I can never kid myself that it's not, whether if it's happening or not. Like that's such an obvious thing. If it's not happening, it's not happening. It can't be sort of kind of happening. And that's
where the ego comes in, because the ego will tell you, come on, quit. You're good.
Yeah.
You're good.
Or I'm the only one who's going to worry about this. Like, it'll be fine.
Or I'm the only one. Any variation of quitting becomes apparent. But there's a point, which is why when you're able to throw those little, you know, to throw those away, because you know nothing is good about that. Yeah, I don't know who's talking, but shut the fuck up, because I'm not going to listen to you, because I know that in my heart this doesn't feel good, and I don't know what your little voice is saying. What, you need to get out of the house soon? You need to go do something soon? Is that what you are? You know, is that what you're looking for? You hungry? Yeah, and there's all those little demon things that just you know are there to make trouble for you.
Yeah. So, first of all, I love that story. Second of all, before we get on to another gigantic record, and I'm skipping years, so again, feel free to fill in some blanks. Bic Runga. Oh, and you just froze. We got half the Bic Runga reaction.
I know. Oh, the Bic Runga was like.
For people who don't know, Bic Runga is one of the most creative artists in the world. She's an icon of the New Zealand music scene. Just an amazing producer, but also an amazing artist in her own right.
I don't have really any obvious stories on that. It was just creating that atmosphere. You know, to me, the records that have a longevity are the ones where there's a theme that ties the songs together. And there's a certain mood that allows you, because, you know, when a record is too eclectic and they're trying to prove that they do 5 different styles of music, you end up listening to 2 and then you want to skip the other ones, but they never allow you to be in the mood, continue that mood for 45 minutes. You know, they distract you with something that is just irrelevant to why you're listening to this record. And then, you know, now we're streaming, who knows an album, right? Because you just listen to one song. But back then you were kind of, you know, you had to make the move of going to the CD player and hitting pass, you know. but that's the importance of a great record, is it just suddenly millions of people, it touches them, that window, and you're sitting there and you can listen to 42 minutes or 45 minutes of music and go, yeah. And it takes you through a nice little journey, like Big Runga and others, and then all the other ones, it only takes a couple of songs to ruin the record.
Yeah. And I think sometimes people will argue that point and say, well, but listen to the Beatles records, but the Beatles are special. The Beatles can do that, and you don't come out of the mood. Like Revolver is one of the most eclectic records ever made.
But you see, to me,
totally different.
But it was right. Well, the album itself was different than the others, which is why they were so successful, because every record they made was so different. But even within Revolver, there's a sonic tie. And when I was mixing for Paul, he told us a story. He goes, because I had all these EQs. He goes, when I'm not even going to try to talk like that. He said,
no, I want to hear that.
Michael, you should hear what I sound like when I try to sound like Mick Jagger.
So I'm just turning my heat back on because it went off. Okay.
So, Paul said, you got all these EQs. When we had EQs, we only had a 3-band or maybe a 4, but they were just clicks and stuff. And he goes, and what we would do when we did the Revolver record is we would just take that, and Paul, I think he said, Paul's the one who said, take that and bring it up bring that guitar that's coming out of that EQ, bring it up on another channel. And then they would EQ that same band even more, right? And he goes, maybe put it on another channel. And then they would just keep cranking. And so they would have, 15 dB of this particular mid-range EQ. And then he goes, that's the sound, right? And it wasn't just, and so they were very, very creative with what they had.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm hearing. I remember first hearing Revolver, which I don't hear anymore, but I remember first going, wow, mid-range is so mid-rangey, right? It's just so aggressive. And it takes each song and it just gave it a snarl to it, right? Because it was just so aggressive, so completely different than nice.
Yeah.
And the songs were appropriate for that. And yeah, that's, so it's just that theme and the story. And that to me is what ties so many records. I mean, right now, this is my, I have my whole record collection right here. These are all, look, in fact, you can see the Beatles one right over there, right? Mm-hmm. You can see kind of Sgt. Pepper's and, and I've got the Zappa and I've got Allman Brothers and I've got, those were all my records. That's it. And it's perfect because it absorbs the mid-range in this room. This room is a great mixing room between everything that's going on, what absorbs, what, the wood. Oh, it's a great room. But that's my, those are my teachers right there now, or back then when I finally started listening to records again. And, the ones that are special are the ones you can just listen from beginning to end. Just,
yeah,
that's simple.
All right. I'm going to take you to your next Grammy with Mr. John Mayer.
Ah. Well, it's the same thing. I'm in the sense of wanting and needing to mix his music to feel good. I'm back. Remember MTV?
Oh yeah.
when you actually would listen to MTV, and that's how you found your new material, basically. And so I always had MTV on in the background, and I was sitting at my desk and I was paying bills, and I hear this song come on, and I just, hello, Chuck, how are you? And I would just, you know, it, something happened, and I stopped what I was doing. And at this point now, I had, I think, a 6-year-old daughter, maybe. I don't think she was much older than that. And I turn around and I'm listening to this song, man, and it just practically brought me to tears, if not tears. I couldn't believe it. And it was this guy singing this song, although it's not about daughter, but it's called Daughters, right? And it's John Mayer singing this song. And when he finished, I just kind of sat there for another like 5 minutes, just doing nothing. But in my mind, I'm just like, I have to mix this guy. I have to mix, not like I'm forcing it. I'm just like, oh, how great it would be to mix this
He's
guy,
the new
right?
James Brown.
He's the new James Brown. And, it was, and it's interesting because who mixed that song? It was the guy who was my favorite mixer that did Jellyfish.
Oh, Jack
Right?
Joseph.
Jack Joseph Puig, right?
Yeah.
And little did I know till later I found out. So I call up my manager and I said, Eric, do you know John Mayer? Like he would say, no, who is that? I go, Eric, I really have to mix this guy. I have to mix this guy. And he goes, no problem. I know his manager, Michael McDonald, really well. I'll talk to him. And it was one of those things where I was like, okay, so I talked to my manager. He's going to talk. Now I need to meet maybe one of the musicians, right? And, well, who's producing it? Well, it's Steve Jordan. I knew Steve Jordan. He was a regular at Media Sound.
Part of that
right?
New York crew.
He was all part of the crew. Did he know me? Of course he knew me, right? And I was like, okay, I'll talk to Steve, And so, you connect the dots. It's like you hit them from all different angles. The manager, a buddy, a musician, anything. It's, he's at a bar, he's hanging out, and somebody mentions my name. And then the manager, enough people, you hear that person's name, you're going to go, who is this guy, right? And so one thing led to another, and he gave me a shot at mixing a song. And he was about to mix, ready to mix Continuum, and Manny was mixing some, and it turned out to be half and half, which is how I met Manny too.
Right.
Because until that point, I never heard, Andrew, when you've got two mixes on a record, and you listen to it, and then it goes, you got yours, and then it kind of just goes into another feel. It just doesn't quite fit. And not in a positive way. It's not like the other ones feel so much better than yours. You're just like, they should have kept that energy. They should have continued that energy that I was, bringing out of this artist. And they kind of go in a different direction, and the focus, it doesn't quite fit. And I often felt like that. And it's not from like an egotistical way. It's more like I was creating like a nice atmosphere, and now I'm like, and it just takes me out of it. And I'm like, well, it's not my job. I'm just, and then Manny was the first person who, when I was listening to the album, I'm like, I didn't mix this song, did I? I was like, how could this guy capture the soul just like me? Which is a very interesting observation, because what I'm saying is it's got nothing to do with technique and balance. It's like when somebody touches a song, another mixer like yourself, you you don't know what just happened. You know what I'm saying? It's like suddenly you're going, wait a minute, who is that guy? Who is he? Right. And that's what happened. And we end up becoming really close buddies. Like, who are you? I mean, he'd already been doing a lot of great records, but
Yeah.
it really came to my attention on this because now I had a reference, right? I knew where he had, it's just, Chad had recorded, great engineer, right? He also does John's live shows. Have you ever seen what Chad does?
No, I haven't.
Oh my goodness. This guy is such a great live mixer and a great recording engineer. I'm sure a great mixer, except that, we usually we're mixing him, or did. So it was great. And he really liked what I was doing and gave me more songs, and then we did the second album together, with the Battle Studies. And then I mixed a few on, and then he kind of, being in LA, also he just loved being able just to walk in and be with Manny. And, listen, if you get more than one album from an artist, it's all a bonus, don't you think?
Yeah, and you've had quite a few return people, so it's good.
And I'll take that, man. I mean, like, there's no expectations in this, and and if you get upset and you feel like you deserve, which happened to me on the second Coldplay record, I got that kind of like, whoa, what happened? Like, you shouldn't have those kind of expectations. Like, enjoy what you've done, and if the band moves on to something else, it's because they're going in new directions, and if they want to bring you along, that's fine. And if they don't, that should be fine. It hurts, we're human, but you shouldn't expect that they're going to come back with success. You just shouldn't, don't you think? I mean,
yeah. You can't ever expect it. I mean, and sometimes it's because they take what you did for granted. They don't realize that how personal that was, and then they do come back. I mean, Coldplay's come back. Yeah. So, and sometimes it is just they're off somewhere else, and it's, of course, they're artists. It's their record. Like, what does that have to do with us?
With you. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying, if you get a second record, be like honored that their direction they're going includes you, So it's cool.
Look, you've also got this string of more indie stuff, and and some of it is not even that indie. Like My Morning Jacket, obviously, is not mainstream pop, but they're huge. Everybody knows who they are. You've got Brazilian Girls in there, but there's one track in particular that I just want to talk about from a Grizzly Bear record that you did. Oh. Holy shit! The first track, is it Sleeping Uta or Sleeping Oot? I don't know how you pronounce it. That is one of my favorite tracks, like, ever, of all time. I could put that on any playlist at any time, and I'd be happy to hear it all the way through. I hadn't listened to it in a while, and then as I was going through getting ready for this, I'm like, man, I'm listening to that whole fucking thing again. But there was something about it that struck me, and you worked on some Jeff Buckley stuff too, some of the posthumous releases, and I was curious.
And when he was alive.
Oh, right.
I mixed
the live.
Yeah, because he had recorded at Schnee and the tiny little club. And so I had mixed an EP that he attended.
Oh, right.
And then after he passed away, Steve Berkowitz said, I've got the rest of that show. Let's mix the rest of the show.
Right. Amazing. Well, it just struck me the second that the Grizzly Bear song's sort of in two halves. You feel like it's gone to the bridge, but then that's actually the second half of the song. Yeah. And I was shocked by how Jeff Buckley the second half of that song is, vocally, but instrumentation. But I also love how different, like, the drums are on that song from most of your drums are not always the same at all by any stretch of imagination. But they're never like that either. And it's so cool.
Let's get ready for part 2 of this story. So one of the things that I consciously would do is that every 4 or 5 years, I would drop my go-tos. And would decide what is the next phase, what is the next kind of music I want to do that allows me to get to a particular artist, right? Because if it's like, if you want to mix grunge, or you want to mix a band like Nirvana, they got to listen to something that you've done that says, oh, I like that, right? I mean, that's just plain logic. It doesn't matter who you are and what your name is. They go, yeah, hey, I'm sure he's great, but I don't listen to those records. Right? And I had started thinking, and so what I do, I'll give you the layout, is around year 4, because I can't do things quickly, as you know, going into hybrid and ITV, I'm the slowest of you guys. I'm always, way back. So what I do is, because I don't want to put pressure on myself, around year 4, I start thinking about what I'd like to do next. And then usually at Christmas time, I go, okay, time to make a decision. What are we doing? And then I go, okay, that's the direction. In this particular case, I want to mix indie records. Okay, who do you want to mix? I wanted to mix 3 bands. I wanted to mix Dirty Projectors. I wanted to mix Grizzly Bear, and I wanted to mix Twin Shadows. So I thought, fine. How are they going to be interested in calling your ass because you got nothing to show? They're going to go, he's too clean, he's too this, or he's too that, right? And so I thought, okay, well, in order to do that, I need to start changing my drum sound, my reverbs, and my balance between where the vocal sits. Like, all right. So I would start thinking about that. And the thing is that I'm not listening, I'm not studying, I'm imagining. Right? If I listen on the radio or something, or, and then I would go, okay. And then if a song was appropriate, obviously, right? A song comes along and I'm like, okay. And then I go, no, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to do this. And I'm very nervous. I'm very uncomfortable. I could stop at any point and go right back to my go-to, but I know that that's not going to get me where I want to go. And so I just try things like what's the opposite? I start thinking, what's the opposite of this? And then I start doing that. And I'm like, okay, that sounds pretty like, on poppy. And then I go, oh, so that's how you do that, right? And then I would kind of get good at that. I'd keep doing it. And then I would get another song and I would, try the same thing with that, same thing. And then same thing. And I was like, all right, Twin Shadows. And, great manager, I said, can you get hold of, of George Lewis's, manager or something? And of course a song comes along and Eric convinces the guy, and the guy goes, Brauer, George Lewis, it's all about chaos, man. It's like all a mess. It's craziness. I mean, we're afraid that Brauer's going to clean it up. He's going to clean it up. We don't want it to clean, and I'm like, this is my life, once again, I got to prove myself. And so I talked to him and I'm listening. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to clean it up. I'm going to focus the chaos. That's all I'm going to do. I'm going to focus the chaos. And that's what I did. And George came in, he was just like, how did you do that? It was use the words, you kept the chaos, but it's easier to follow through my chaos. I go, yeah, I just focused your chaos. And he was like, wow. And so I got the record. I got mixed the record. So at this point, I'm ready, right, Andrew? Because I'm doing stuff. And literally one day, and I don't know why these things would come to me. One day, I decided, I hadn't heard the song. I said, I'm going to do everything opposite, goddammit. I've been doing it a little bit here. Today, everything I do in this mix will be the opposite of what I normally do. What are the chances of success for that one, right? And so when I woke up, it's not so easy to do, to think in reverse, right? And so I get up and I go to brush my teeth and I grab the toothbrush. I go, what's the reverse? And so I grab the other hand and then I pour the, toothpaste, not this way, this way. And then no, this way. No, it's like consciously I was doing everything the opposite, right? And then, so I make it out of the bathroom. And then I go to put on my clothes and I do it the opposite. So, and instead of getting the elevator, I walk down the stairs. And then instead of going to the subway that way, I went the other way. You know what I'm saying? So by the time I get on the subway, I'm getting the idea of what it's like to be doing it in reverse, right? And so then I walked into the control room and I told my assistant, I'm doing everything in reverse today. Check this out. And so where things should be louder, if the kick should have more of this, I had less. If it should be louder, it was quieter. If the bass was supposed to be, right? And I kept doing this. Same thing. Whatever I was normally would do, I go, well, what's the opposite? And then, to be honest, I should remember the name of the song, but I have yet to listen to it and remember which one it was. But anyway, I finished it and I'm thinking, man, there's a guarantee here. There's a guarantee he's going to like it, or there's a guarantee he's going to hate it. But there is no in between on this one, right? And you know what it's like when you do something like that, you have to be prepared to completely abandon all of those things you've just done and do what they like, because it's their record, right? And so if you go into the mindset with, I'm going to do all this crazy, but I can't be precious. I suffered through that one, that ego. And I'd already long past worked through it. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this, but I have to be able to, be willing. That's if he says, I hate this, I go, okay. And not get an attitude and get all grumpy, right? So he walks in and he listens to it. And, I'm standing by the side just looking at him. And you could see his face. It's just like, but it wasn't a face of disgust. It was more like, what? And then it finishes and he looks at me and he goes, how did you do that? I go, what? He goes, I don't know. It's like, it's everything different. It's everything reverse. It's like, he says, and I love it. I go, what do you want to change? He goes, nothing. And I was like, and I looked at my assistant and I was like, you know what I'm saying? And so what's my point here? My point is that I had now really gotten to that place. And so who had produced and recorded his last record? Chris Taylor. And who is Chris Taylor? The producer, songwriter, engineer, mixer of Grizzly Bear. So in the playback, when I'm listening back to the record, this guy who I don't know who he is walks in and and I didn't know Chris Taylor. I just knew Grizzly Bear. And George says, "Oh, I got my buddy here, Chris. Do you mind if he sits there and listens?" I was like, "Yeah, man, it's your record." And we're listening back to the record, and he it finishes. And he looks at me and he goes, "Man, I made his last record. I know how crappy his sounds are." Because he makes them, I think George pretty much, records his own record or makes it, a lot of the stuff he records on his own. He goes, "If you can make his record sound like that, you got to mix my record." I go, "Oh, cool. And what's your band?" "Grizzly Bear." I was like, and so I go, that's 2 out of the 3. Then I got a shot to mix Dirty Projectors. I mixed the song and he didn't like it. And I played it to Chris, right? And I go, I really want to do Dirty Projectors, but they didn't like my mix. They mixed his own. And he goes, "I didn't like the sound of that record. Let me hear your mix." I played it to him and he goes, So it didn't matter. I mean, it's about what the artist is happy with, not what I think
of course.
the artist should be happy with. And I mixed Chris, and the thing is that this went in the beginning, really the beginning of like stems. And Chris would give me stems because what he wanted was, he didn't want to mix the record, but he wanted it very close to what he had, just better. May I?
Yeah.
That's what this record was going to be, a match and improve. And I looked at him and I go, "This looks like a May I record." And he goes, "May I?" Now I think people are more familiar with that term. But at the time, I was like, your record sounds like it's 90% there. He goes, "Yeah, I know." He goes, "That's why I mixed the record on my own, but I can trust you. I trust that you'll take it, you'll match, you'll take me where I left off. I need you to start where I left off and then go from there." And that's what I did on every song. And so when you say the drum sound is different, I made sure that I didn't mess around with trying to get something more punchy or something, It needed to be extremely organic and indie and dark and undescriptive. My goal was not one person would guess that I mixed it. That was my goal. If you were like, "You mixed it," I was like, "Job well done."
But it's genius because the guitar arrangement does not work with punchy drums. It's all about the little things leading, all the percussion comes from the guitar attack. And the drums could so easily overwhelm it. It's
right.
Yeah, it's awesome.
But they needed to be, way down in support.
Yeah. But there's still a big deal. It's not like, the drums are in another room. Right. I mean, it's.
But the first time I actually learned that was mixing a song. I don't remember which one. And Chris was always instrumental in how the vision would end up, right? The other guys were all, they come in the beginning and stuff, but generally where it ended up was always with Chris and I, right? Chris Martin and myself. And he would take me to places I had never thought I could reach. He truly was just, took me to, he just pulled things out of me that I didn't know it even existed. And but I've always believed in him. And sometimes we hit a dead end, but, and we turn around and we come back. But on this particular day, he's listening and he goes, "Wow, this sounds really good, but can you just turn the drums and bass down?" And I'm like, and this was a song that the power came from the drums, and I'm like, well, it's just going to sound kind of lame. He goes, "No, I think it's going to sound bigger. Just bring the drums in." I had that on VCA 7, right? Everything goes to 8, and then 7 is drums and bass. And I started bringing it down. He goes, "Bring it down a little bit more." I'm like, "Oh, you're crazy." Okay, I'll bring it down a little bit more. And then we listened, and okay, now play it from the top. It was huge because when the drums and bass came down, it allowed everything else to be bigger. and you could still hear the drums and the bass fine.
Yeah.
But it was that. Can you believe all these years? And I had never thought of that.
But it's also
And
because
since then,
I'm just going to say, in a situation like that, it's exactly the kind of thing where if you just brought them down a little bit, it would be exactly what you thought it would be. It would be weak bass and drums that sounded like they're supposed to be strong bass and drums.
right.
You got to get it so far down that the entire song just turns inside out. And that happens with all kinds of different balances. And it's,
Right.
yeah, it's hard. It's hard to trust that you can just keep going and it's not just going to keep getting worse.
Yeah. It was an enlightening moment. And why do I remember that? I remember looking at the fader. I remember bringing it down. I remember looking at him. And then, because when I heard it back, I was like, oh my God, this is huge. This is huge.
Yeah. And it's not like you're doing it with no bass and drums. Like you say, they're there. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to do.
But its job was more supportive than I thought.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was more of a priority when it became really, it would become more dynamic if it was more of a support. And that was a great lesson. And I have repeated that many times. And people look, where I'm the one that's saying, you know, maybe what we need to do is to bring the, and uh-oh.
Huh?
Wait. Hold on. We're talking what? Hold on. Let's see. Are we back?
Yep. I got you.
Can you hear me? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute.
Just say thank
Hold
God
on a
for
second.
VCAs,
How come
huh?
it's not? Hold on. Here we are. God, I hope the other one was, it might die quickly. Anyway, I've got my little over here. Uh-oh. Anyway, you know, I've done it since then, and I say bring it down, and then they go, oh, the track sounds huge now. Like, how'd you do that? And I go, you know, I say, it's what I do. You know?
Yeah, it's just a little thing. It's a little thing.
It's a little thing that Chris showed me.
Oh God, there's so much more stuff. I mean, we've got the whole Dylan bootleg series and all the remixes on the early Dylan stuff. We got the Elvis thing that was from the Wayback Machine, but I think, well, all right, we got to talk about Calle 13.
Calle 13.
Yeah.
Yes,
I am a gringo, so yeah. Calle 13.
Which I believe it's an interesting story, right? Because when I called you and I was going through this, Andrew, I've been mixing in the box since March because of COVID. I can't be in the city. And I got to tell you, I'm so comfortable mixing in the box that I don't feel like I need the 7 racks that I'm known for. And it was a really, I was like, I don't know what to do. I'm really kind of scared by this.
It's terrifying
idea that I, you know, what will people think of me? Will they think I'm retired? Will they think that I'm no good anymore? You know, I mean, all the normal stuff when you abandon what you're associated with. But at this point, I should know better because I keep doing that every 5 fucking years. But no, man, I always had that gear there through all those changes. Now I'm like, you know, now I'm naked. So, and that's when I called you and we were talking, and then you said, well, it's interesting. And you said the story. I said, what, will I lose some clients? You know, will I lose anybody? Because, you know, people are going to, in fact, I had, because soon after that, Bon Jovi wanted 2 more songs to be mixed on the newest album I've just done. And when he found out that I was up here in the country, he flew to California. He got bummed about it. Anyway, so you're telling me, he goes, well, it may happen in the beginning, but don't worry. And I go, well, how did it happen to you? He goes, well,
funny story.
I was funny you should ask. That Calle record? I go, yeah. He goes, well, I was moving. I was going in the box, and they wanted the desk, and you were there, and you mixed it, and you got the Grammy. And I was like, okay, now that's not a good story. Okay, that's not a good story. You're not making me feel any better. Thanks a lot, Andrew. Click, buzz.
Yeah, that's how it went.
But that's how, and I was like, okay, all right. And you said, look, I know we're jumping around. You said, at the end of the day, it's you. You're the pilot. It's you, Brauer. And I was like, yeah, I know. Okay.
Look, the fact that you could pull off an opposite day thing, like that's way scarier than not using your gear anymore. Changing your entire process is different from changing your gear. That's pretty fucking impressive. I am definitely brushing my teeth with my left hand tomorrow.
I only did that once.
All right. Okay. Yeah. The toothbrushing thing, you can't really switch that up. Your gums will bleed.
I mean, that whole preparation, and I only mixed once that one song. And I don't know what triggered that, but it was the right decision.
But the thing about it is that while you were telling that story and you're saying about you kept doing the opposite and doing the opposite, I know you also still had that moment when you said, I'm in. You had to have, because otherwise you never would have played it for him. So it didn't matter that you were doing everything that went against every fiber of your being. It was still serving what you needed to have come out of the speakers emotionally. And it worked.
Right. Totally.
That's pretty fucking impressive.
But you know what is that? It's just like that confidence in that it'll be okay.
And it's the exact same thing with the gear.
That could happen?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the worst thing that's going to happen? He's going to say, I don't like it. All right. Is your life over? No. All right. So you do the go-to. It's what your life is over if you try to defend that. And your ego jumps in and says, no, I'm precious to this mix. You're not the artist. I am.
Yeah, that is.
Now you're in for a bad day.
Yeah, that is.
You will lose that fight.
That's a very happy sounding evil voice in your head telling you that stuff. Oh, well, look, man, my brain is starting to leak out of my ears. It's been absolutely incredible, but I feel like we got to get to some Q&A because I know there's some sort of more general stuff you want to talk about, and I have a feeling it's going to come up. We do it. So what I want to do is something we've never done before. We're actually going to sponsor the Q&A part by the Wild Beer Company because I got this beer. It's a very low alcohol beer that they make that I just wanted to try while we do this, but it is flavored with ginger, turmeric, and a little bit of citrus, and I'm curious. So I might be doing a spit take in a second while Mark comes on to do some Q&A, or I might drink like 20 of them.
So hold on a second. If you like it, and we have the same taste in music and other things, I'm sure, will they send me like a 6-pack?
I do not know if they will send it out of the UK. For anyone in the UK, it's the Wild Beer Company. They also make one of my favorite beers called Bibble, which is sort of an IPA-ish thing. It's amazing. But
all right, fair enough.
All right, so brought to you by Puremix and the Wild Beer Company.
Got it.
All right, Mark, you coming?
Eric, bring me down a beer. Hey, X.
He's ignoring you.
Text him.
Hey, Mark.
Hello, guys. Hello.
I would spit take, but if I spit take, it's all over my computer.
Not a beer. Oh, okay.
Oh, it smells gingery. It smells good.
Does it?
Yeah. Let's have a little look here.
Let's see how this goes.
Nice and light. Nice and light. So what I'm hoping is that this will be like an actual ginger beer, as opposed to the stuff they call ginger beer that's all sugar. Oh, there you
Thank
go.
you. This is my son,
Hi,
Eric.
Eric.
Eric Brauer.
Eric.
Good to see you again.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Thank you for the.
Cheers.
You bought me a Stella.
Oh, it's very
Cheers.
clear, Andrew.
It is. It is. I'm really hoping this is
Cheers.
good.
Very, very, very light.
Yeah.
But
I'll
it's
cheers
got
with
a
my
head
Darth
on it,
Vader mug.
kind of.
Mine's just coffee. It's not as exciting.
Unfortunately, I think this is one where you got to drink your way in. This isn't like a first sip, oh my God, it's my new favorite thing. But we'll see how we are by the end of the Q&A.
All right.
We'll check in with you in a couple questions.
I do have one that I know is good.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with
like-
a Stella. You
You
can't.
can't go wrong with a Stella. Cold
No.
one.
No. All right, Mark, what do we
Awesome.
got?
All right. Let's
All right.
do this.
So, couple quick things for anybody watching on YouTube. First of all, like and subscribe and all that stuff, and the buttons and pointing.
They're all down there
and
somewhere.
somewhere. Over on Crowdcast, we have an Ask a Question section, and those questions can be upvoted by other users. So for everybody that's in Crowdcast, make sure you click on that button, go through the questions, and upvote the ones that you want us to ask, because we already have 25, and I don't think we're going to be able to make it to those before Andrew passes out from ginger beer.
All right. I'm going to try. I'm going to make an effort to answer them quickly, Andrew.
Well, this is all you and Mark, man. I'm just here to moderate.
Okay. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, man.
Just
I'm
fucking saying. I'm fucking
saying,
talking
I'm
here.
Yeah, I am fucking talking here.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I'm going to try and answer them as fast as I can. And if I don't, I need you to help me on that, Andrew. You go, hey.
The
You're
best
slowing
way
down
to
on this.
facilitate that is to allow Mark to ask the questions.
There you go. You see what I mean? It's not going to
I
work.
just want to see the two New Yorkers
start
do this
there.
for the rest of the thing. We don't get to any questions.
Yeah, not for nothing, but
Yeah,
go
awesome.
ahead. Go ahead.
All right, you fucking fuck. What's the first
All right.
fucking question?
Yeah, fuck you.
The first question. Hello, gentlemen.
Next.
This one's from James.
Next question.
Yeah, next question. Okay. Michael, desert island piece of gear or plug-in right now in your career versus when you were starting out?
What's the first part of the question?
Desert Island, piece of gear, or plug-in.
Oh, it's a fucking desert island.
Speakers.
Well, or think of it as like a snowed-in upstate New York thing.
You know, I have to say that I was actually thinking about that the other day. And I got to say, that Plug-in Alliance black box is a
Oh,
Frozen.
oh, we miss you. Black box is, I'm assuming you were going to say amazing.
amazing. It's the Plug-in Alliance black box, and then there's a new one they've just, I don't know if it's come out yet, but it's going to be MS. I use that all the time. I love that thing. Speakers, of all the speakers, I grew up, I could say grow up because I've had them for so long, but I always had ProAct speakers, ProAct 100s, along with my Cord amp, 1200C, I think. And that was always my sound. And then I got working with, I went through a lot of speakers. They were good, but depending on the room, sometimes a great speaker just doesn't sound good in the room. So you have to get the speaker that works for the room, right? And I ended up with ATCs. And I had ATC 50s along with a great, a good sub, because to me, ATC 50s, you gotta have a sub. And then I had my 25s, ATC 25s. And I could mix my ass off on 25s because they weren't as bright. And so you could kind of crank it up, but there was something so, it just made me feel so good when I was mixing those. And they were accurate. And when the shit went down and I had to get out of town, I grabbed the 25s, which are right here. Those are the 25s. And that, it works for this room perfectly. I love the 25. I don't even need a sub yet. Maybe I'll get one at some point if I feel it, it's needed, that could help a little bit. But so I don't know, I guess 25s
And black box.
A black box and a phone.
There you go.
Sounds good. Awesome.
Okay.
All right.
Next.
That was our most upvoted question. So next question. This is from Ali, your pal. And he says, hi, Michael. When using the BX SSL 9000 plugin for an all-in-the-box mix, do you have start points other than Unity for the in-gain, V-gain, and THD? And how do you go about balancing those on any given instrument for the 9000 console tone you're looking to emulate? Thanks, Alex.
It's pretty damn specific.
Okay, that's a really nerdy question. And the reason why he's asking that question is because I spent a good portion of my career mixing on an SSL 9000. While you guys were loving the 4000, I was loving the 9000. I was able to convert a few, you guys. I think I converted Rich Costi for a while to a 9000. But when I went hybrid, my biggest concern is that if I was going to replace the analog desk, I wanted everything I wanted still to hear the SSL. And so like 3 or 4 different companies make the SSL, but only the 4000. And I tried them all, basically without any judgment on any of them. It's just which one would feel good. And I put it across every channel. And I would have them all EQ in, but all flat. And I would have I think I used to also put the compressor section in with threshold completely out. So it was going through that, and I put that across all my return channels, right? And return channel meaning that when I mix, it's like a tape deck. All the stems, all the stuff comes in like a tape deck, and then it shows up, and I bust it up to where I'm mixing. So I can have 200 tracks, but I'm really mixing off of 30 or 40 or something. And so I did it with one company and another company and a company, and then I would just mix. And the one that felt the most vibey was Plugin Alliance. So I immediately called them and I said, hey, you coming up with the 9000? And they said, maybe, and so every 3 or 4 months, hey, how you guys doing? It's Michael Brauer, 9000? And finally, not long ago, they said, all right, we have something for you. And so I said, okay, great. And I took it and I A/B'd it against my SSL. And I literally did like a really, really very accurate setup so that I could really hear their channel against my channel. And I put it across every instrument, and each one, you can tell the character comes out when you completely jam it to the right, because that's where you're going to hear the thing crap out or create the character that you're getting from the analog, right? And they did their homework. There was only a couple little things that I said, oh, you missed on this one. They corrected it. And so to answer your question, Mr. Nerd, I don't do, the gain is a default, the output is a default. That noisemaker, I don't know if that's a THD. I'd have to open up and see. The one that has, it's a V something something. I have that off. Because if I have that on all the channels, there is like all this hiss that's always on. I don't like it. And I know that, well, that's part of the character use it on your record for your character. I spent years trying to get rid of his.
Exactly.
That's
The
why we
joy
had
is being
Dolby.
able to get rid of that.
So I don't actually want to hear it in a fake way of like, shh, you know. So I don't use it. But if it's going to make the particular instrument you've got sound better, by all means use it. But for me, it's, you know, it's exactly the way it was. And if I want to push it a little bit harder, because I want it, sometimes it doesn't hit the compressor because the level's down a little too much or something, then I'll bring the gain up. I leave the fader set at 0 unless I don't. I always put the EQ in. Everything is at default. And then I may leave the dynamic section, you know, out, but I'll put it in. What I love about the 9000 is that low mid range gain EQ. That's the thing I was missing from the 4000. And my whole guitar sound, when I take 4000 and I gain it all the way to the right, all the way as far as it goes, and then I take the high pass and I bring it down so all the way so that it's right to the 3000 mark. When you do that I can, now I recognize that on the 9000. I couldn't do that on the 4000. And that's about it. You know, it's just, it's meaning that it's going through the processing, even though it's not doing anything, times all the channels that I have. So that's the question. I hope I answered that. Okay, next one.
Very good answer. Okay, so I want to continue on with that theme for a minute, and then we're going to get to some other
Let's not get too dirty, but okay.
All right.
Right.
I'm going to do something I haven't done in 40 shows. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to be right back. I've had so much liquid during this, but...
All right. Hey, listen, don't wear your headphones because we don't want to hear you. No Mute your headphones.
All good.
All
right. Awesome. Okay, so this was an inevitable one. So Michael, during lockdown, have you recreated your ABCD compression method in the box? This is from
I
Nick.
certainly have. Next question. All right.
Michael, do you want to go on it at all, or you want to save that for another time?
No, the answer is yes, I have.
Awesome. Okay, cool. So here we go. Here's one from a recent development in your life, which is from Senor de la Flor. He asks, have you missed any of the gear from the racks you sold to Alto Music last year? If so, which pieces? Thank you.
You know, it's interesting. After I did that video for John Haber, the thing is that when I decided that I no longer needed all the gear that I'm selling, I'd already decided what I wanted to keep. So what I kept. What I felt it was time to let go, I let go. And people, when watching the video, are like, oh, he looks like he's about to cry. He looks, oh man, why is he doing this? You know, he's like, he looks so sad. I wasn't sad. I was happy as shit because I let it go. But where you might see this, the sad, or interpret that as sadness, was that I was just kind of reminiscing, you know, about the history that this gear had gone through. So I was more like, you know, just thinking back. That's all. I wasn't, you know, and so no, not at all. Every piece of gear there was like, it's time for somebody else to enjoy it. But the real, you know, there's definitely rare stuff. I mean, there's so much of that gear was customized for me. So, you know, I'd say good 90% of it, you're not going to find on some other, it's not stock. I basically had no stock because I knew all the designers. I would call David. I go, David, can you do this? You know, I would call Peter from Shadow. Hey, can you do this? I would call Win. from Avalon. Can you do this for me? And then, they do it for me, and then it would become stock for them. So everybody was, got out of it. And the real stuff that I felt like I could still use, like the Awa Green that was always on Chris's voices, and that Federal, and some of the really well customized LA3A that's actually got an LA2A cans in it with a switch. There's a bunch of that stuff that I still have. I just haven't been able to bring it down here yet. I will in the next few months, but when I bring it, it'll be like, wow, this is so much fun. It'll be like, brand new again. Have I suffered for it? Have I compromised? No, because it's just a tool. And I used a different tool, and at this point, because of the great companies like UAD, and I'm going to skip somebody by accident. Don't get pissed.
Well, all of them, just
UAD,
all of them.
Waves. Okay. Yeah. All of them. There's no excuse. I mean, this shit is great. You can express yourself really, really well now. But I still have my Benson. I still have my Watkins. Those two, they're coming on. They're going to the island with me too, right? Because nobody's made a Benson plugin that I like. Nobody's even come close, and I've heard all of them. Sorry, I don't want to, if it works for you guys, absolutely use it. But it doesn't sound like mine. And mine is really grainy and mid-rangey and has something about it that I love. And the second that I hear somebody, making the same thing, I'm going to go, oh, maybe I'll use that instead of my Benson, which is how it happens, right? I mean, 4 or 5 years ago, I wouldn't have considered mixing in the box because nothing had been developed yet that sounded like my Neve 33609 or my Distressor or, any of the other toys that I have. And slowly but surely, they keep coming up. And for me, it's not just the GUI. And like, I could switch back and forth and go, damn, man, I don't feel the difference. So that's really the bottom line, right? If it feels the same, then what's the point? Where's the need? Right? That's because as mixers, we have to be adapting and evolving, not just musically, but technically. Technology, we've got a big job with it. We're constantly, having to stay current with what's the next great thing to help us mix a song. And my goodness, if I hadn't developed, and I had great assistants who pushed me, trust me, they had to push me hard. And I had friends, I mean, Nico Bolas flew to New York and he was doing stuff, and he said, Michael, you need to learn how to go hybrid. And here, I'll show you. I learned it. If I can learn it, you can learn it. He showed me how to do it. And I was so scared. I was like, okay, thanks, Nico. Okay, bye. Oh, look, it's getting late. And Tony Maserati, same thing. I even had, learning a style. I had Lamps, a great engineer and mixer. He specifically flew to New York for 3 days. I wanted to learn Brazilian because that's where I'm going next. And he showed me the different, the different approaches depending where in Brazil you are. And he brought like 5 or 6 different songs that I was mixing them. And he stayed at my place, but he was there just to hang out with me. I mean, how lucky, then the kindness that some people show. So yeah, I'll stop there, but it's, I'm really lucky to have good friends who, help a person out, and everybody there should do the same to others,
Yeah.
All right, another question.
Obviously it's really interesting having both of you guys on who have made that transition, and there's this Just for so long, it's been a thing where people have thought, "Oh, I can't do this because I can't afford that gear or whatever," and then guys like you become the staple children for that.
For the month. Yeah.
So
What's another question?
cool. So next most upvoted question on Crowdcast is from Andres, and he says, "Could you please go over John Mayer's electric guitar and vocal sound for Continuum, or other specific mixing techniques that you use to get the sound that sound out of the speakers? Thank you. I really love those tracks."
Interview Chad, and he'll tell you. I just mixed it. I didn't record it, and trust me, when you put up Chad's tracks, and again, it's about the performer. How does who's playing that guitar? It's John Mayer, right? So between how he's playing it, what choices he's making, and how it's being recorded, that's 98% of it. What did I do? I just enhanced it. So I don't know. I can't answer that question, because the question really is, it's a question for Chad.
Yeah, that's a great answer in itself, right? Okay, next question is from Tom. And Tom says, "Hi, Andrew and Michael. Question for both of you. I love both of your work. Is there something that boosts your creativity when you feel like there's a missing touch to a mix? So something like oblique strategies, for example. Thanks for doing it."
For me, I just close it and go on to another song. And that's, again, the joy of working in the box, is I can just go close. I don't even think about it. Like, I think I don't want to work on this right now, and close it and move on to another one. So that's my oblique strategy, is to listen to 12 other songs before I get back to that one, I guess. I don't have anything specific like that, though, but that's my clear my head and try and come back fresh thing.
I don't go there. I don't fight it. I just accept it and just keep going. I don't know. It's hard to explain. I don't.
Well, in a way, yours is like pulling all the faders down. If it's not happening, you just pull them down and start again, and there you go. I mean, you had Opposite Day. That was a pretty oblique strategy for one day. That's
very good. That's very good. I guess I'm not thinking hard enough how to answer that question. I think that, and you know why? Because I get on the train and I want to get off at the right stop. And so along the way, the door opens and closes, and so I don't remember any of those other stops. I just don't remember those. They're so unimportant to me, because I'm going to get off at the right stop at some point. My destination is there. It's like when you say, I know where I want to feel, and this, and that's how I do. And the process of along, and what EQs I chose or not chosen, or the reverbs or delays or this, are so unimportant, because it's just a blur, because you can't attach yourself to that. You're just making 1,000 decisions, and then you follow the path that feels the best, and then you just naturally gravitate towards that. And then at some point you go, "Oh, I'm in. Oh, this feels so good. This is why I'm a mixer," right?
Yeah.
You're just like, "Oh man, oh." And for those who haven't felt that yet, just keep going. Eventually it'll happen, and you'll know exactly what Andrew and I are talking about when you're just like, and I scream it when I'm in, well, now I'm alone in the house, but when I was in the studio, my sisters would always hear it. They'd always like, "I'm in." and then they're like, "Phew, good."
Yeah, but it's also, I mean, while you're learning, you've got to understand that you need to know your tools so well that you can get into that trance, because it's a creative trance. You have no fucking idea what you've done on a mix that's working. You can go back and reconstruct some things, but like you're saying, like which delay and how'd you pick that delay time? Like, I don't know, it was too fucking long or too short. I don't remember. And then it
My
wasn't.
answer is, who cares?
Yeah, it's so
You know,
irrelevant because
and
you're always just chasing the feeling, and your brain, it's almost subconscious, the technical part, because you just do
exactly.
stuff.
And that's why I don't like answering questions like that, because I'm thinking, wow, I've just been speaking for 5 hours. Are you listening to me? That it doesn't matter, because at no point am I thinking that. And why? Because I know how to use my tool. I can execute it, because you look at a guitar player, right? Like, look at I can use my son as an example. When in the beginning he'd be, not practicing enough. And I go, did you practice? He goes, no. I go, okay, but you want to be a guitar player? Yeah. And I go, well, you before you can stop thinking, you have to know how to execute your ideas. This is your instrument. You have to get to the point where you know it so well that you don't think about it anymore. And so with, you look at those 6 racks, you go, oh my God, how do you learn it? I learned one at a time.
Yeah.
And I used it on everything. And so what happens with the 10 million plugins that you have here? If I thought I had to learn all those, I'd pass out. I'd be so scared I'd run off like, right? So what do? I take one piece of gear. It's like the black box. I found it by accident. I was going for something else, and how somehow your finger lets go and you're like, what was that, right? I ended up using that for like a week or two on every instrument, everything. And I took it. Why? Because there was something about it that I liked, but I wanted to see how far can I go with this. And so now, when I looked at my racks, right? Do you know what it's like? It's like one of those little index cards, flash cards. You go, right? And as I look at the gear and I'm thinking about what needs to be on the guitar, I'm like, right? Because that isn't an instrument. These are all tones, attitudes, tensions. That's all I'm seeing, right? That's all I'm seeing. And so you have to do the same thing with a plugin. And so now when I'm thinking of, wow, I need a certain element. It needs to do more of tension. I know exactly which plugins. There might be 1.5 million that might do it. I don't give a shit. I know that this particular one, like maybe the Blue Stripe UAD 1176 is going to do it for me on this vocal. And if I put in that ratio, and why? Is that luck? Or you think I'm genius? Fuck no. I've been using it on everything, and I know what I like it on, and I push it too hard, and I know why when it craps out or I don't like it, or character changes. Oh, the character changes just the way. I'll have to remember that. That was kind of fucked up, but someday I'll use that. That's what you do. That's what I do. For those of you who are spending too much time on owning all these plugins and you spend 1 hour on each one, good luck. Because once you need to express yourself, how are you going to express yourself if you're not sure what tool to express yourself with? Unless you're Andy Wallace, who needs absolutely nothing. Only one EQ, one reverb, and one compressor. Okay, but you're not Andy Wallace. I'm not Andy Wallace. So at least learn your gear.
But yeah,
right?
And I would say as an exercise though, everybody who's watching this, who's learning, for the next 5 songs they mix, they need to choose. We'll give them 2 EQs, 2 compressors, 1 reverb, 1 delay, and
Absolutely.
1 plugin on the mix bus. And that's it. And use the exact same plugins on all 5 of those mixes. And what will happen is, first of all, you'll learn the shit out of those plugins, even to the point of saying, well, I actually really don't like that EQ. Well, fine, whatever.
Good.
Now you know that.
Why.
But you'll also sublimate the gear and get into the chorus is not happening yet. The chorus is not happening yet. And you have such a limited tool set that you will find the chorus. instead of endlessly searching for stuff. So you got to promise me by next Monday, 5 songs, 6 plugins. That's it.
And what's important, what you're saying is that
awesome. Yeah.
that it avoids you getting too tired.
Yeah.
Because you're going to get depressed if you keep choosing and choosing and choosing, and it's going to mentally, and then you forget it. Hey, you're mixing a song.
Yeah.
I'm too tired. I'm so depressed because nothing works. Like,
and I still mix that way. My template is full of chains that I spent 4 hours building for something, and they're crazy, and I have no idea what's going on in them because I built them in this fit of attention because I had to build something I didn't already have. But my actual mixing, it's my omnichannel on every single fucking track. That's what goes into a mix after my template's imported.
Right.
And that's it.
And, to give a little shout out to your omnichannel, it is unlike any other EQ compressor combination. I mean, it's got everything. It addresses every particular thing you want to do, right? I mean, everything from the grainy mid-range you have to the drive on the over, and then you want MS, and then oh, this is nice and simple. Oh, you want to go a little crazy? Hit this button, and now it expands. Now you can go nuts, and it's why, because you can play with the tone. If you're really, really close, but you just wish you could have had this, and then and how many times did you have your own EQ, a hardware EQ? Gosh, if it could have just done this, I would have been so happy. That's what you did. And they're like, oh, well, you know what? I can do that. And, you do each one of those. And for me, like, now that I've been really getting into Brazilian music and I'm mixing, a lot of stuff from Brazil, the percussion instruments that they're just so varied and so important. And when I was actually mixing a record for Henry Cole, who's from Puerto Rico, but man, what a drummer, and the percussion instruments he had, he really taught me and showed me the importance of what the Barillo does and where it should sit and the different percussion and lamps was, man, Lamps really, really took it to the next level because he's from Brazil, and he goes, man, and what they all like about me is that I really respect the tones. Like there's some engineers where everything sounds like toms, they EQ it, and it just all sounds like, and he goes, I don't do that. And what really helps me is with your omni-channel, there's like this certain clarity and graininess if I want that I can, and the saturation, not only, this was so great. I've been talking about even harmonics and odd harmonics for years, right? Why? Because I grew up on a Neve console. And when I saturated the Neve, it was even harmonics. When I moved to an SSL, I was freaking out because I didn't understand why it sounded so crunchy and like unmusical to me when I pushed it hard. And that's when I learned, somebody said, well, the SSL pushes odd harmonics. And I was like, oh, because the word crunch never was used until the 4000 came out, right? Never. And so I was like, oh, so that's what technically, because I wanted to know technically just so I could understand a little bit better, and it was simple. Oh, those are harmonics, no problem. This is even. Oh, here's now. What does it sound like with the two? So how do you know that? Well, with your thing, you just put in odd harmonics or even harmonics, and then you push it really hard on everything, and then you get to learn why one instrument sounds more appealing with the odd and why it sounds more appealing with an even. And how do you do that? Because you put it on everything.
Yeah.
You have the time. Make the time. Why? Because it's just a tool. And the more you want to express yourself, the more you need the tool. If you're a writer, all you need is your mind and you be creative. And what do you do to facilitate your mind to be in that relaxed situation so you can be creative? Fine, you do that, and it's all in your hand. It's all in your mind and your hand. But here we have tools. We need something to help express the song, and we are the middleman in that, or middle woman. And so you need to learn it so you don't have to think about it.
Yeah.
It's like now my son, when he plays, man, it's unbelievable how he plays. It's just, it feels so good. And I look at him and I go, so all that practice really paid off. Or he goes, he doesn't have to say anything.
Yeah. And I think it's a really important point that the way to learn the tool is not to put 100 different things on one instrument and see what they all do. It's to put one thing on 100 different instruments, and then you know the shit out of that. Then you can move on to number 2.
And how many times, sometimes when I get, a session with all the plugins and I take them all off, I go, wow, that sounds so much better. Then you start again. Sometimes it's just too many plugins, and it's just creating unhappiness within the instruments.
All right, awesome. Mark, what do you think? One or two more?
Yeah. Okay, so given all of that, what were your exact settings on Chris Martin's vocal on Yellow?
No.
Can't hit me if my video's not on.
I'll find you.
Just kidding.
Well played. All
right.
Well, to answer that question, it was my Ewa Green that was across it. The only one in the world, my Ewa Green. That's what that was. Okay, next.
Right. Cool. Okay. Hello, gentlemen. This is from Charles H. Root III. So he says, hello, gentlemen. I purchased Michael's Drummer 1968 compressor from Alto Music.
I love that. I love that compressor.
I believe you used it on stereo drum room tracks. Now that you're mixing
exclusively.
Now that you're mixing in the box, which plugin are you using to replace the drummer hardware? Thanks so much, Michael, Andrew, and Puremix.
First of all, I believe I do have markings on there. So if you just go to those markings, and usually as far as the amount of compression that's going on when it really feels good, I think it's usually like at around 4 or 5 dB, it wakes up. What do I use to replace it? I don't believe anybody's come up with anything to replace it yet. So I just think of how I want it to feel, and then I come up with something different, which it just depends on, every day is different. How is this room sounding? And so because I know the drummer, and generally drummer was like global, it just always gave that thing, and I don't have that, then it changes from song to song. And I've got these 5 or 6 settings. It's a power eater, but the Abbey Road TG mastering EQ, is that what it is?
The mastering desk.
Andrew?
Yeah.
It's, my God, that thing is so powerful, but you have to print it right away because it'll shut down the house. I mean, you get that, all your power is now gone.
Yeah.
But
that TG limiter, that's like the Chandler TG limiter, that nothing grabs like that.
And you've got, it's everything. It's for mastering. So you've got the EQ, you got the limiter, you got the tape thing, you got like 100 little things in there. Man, that just sounds amazing on rooms. I mean, the life you can bring into that. And if you're looking for something a little different, I could use maybe Manny's distortion plugin, or I'll use your plugin, or I'll use the black box, or I'll use or I'll use an LA two-way across it. It's just, it's all very different. There's nothing until somebody builds a drummer 69. There's just nothing like it. It's just had its own character, and it was very warm and organic, and yet, had intensity to it. So, next question.
All right. Well, I think this is our last one.
Okay.
All right.
Great. Okay. All right. This one comes from Rob, and Rob says, "Oh, nice. Pull off of it." Great. Hold on one second. Sorry. Okay. Always interested in the fastest mix and the longest mix. Cheers to all.
What?
Fastest mix and longest mix.
Oh, you're asking me what was my fastest mix and what was my longest mix?
Yeah, not including jingles, because that would be
Right.
cheating.
Well, when I was mixing Dream Theater, John and Mike had a 24-minute song, and so that took me at least 2 days, because it had some like 20 different sections on it. It was so much fun, but that took a long time. It's 24 minutes, even at my speed. But I was having such a great time. The quickest mix, I know that the quickest mix I've done only took a half an hour. I'm trying to think of the band where I mixed. Well, I've mixed an album in a day, where I was, mixing basically. I would run it down one pass, memorize it, run it a second time, and then hit, automation and just go for it. I'm just trying to think something that actually Mike Portnoy played on. Oh my God. I know the name. It's like Color. Oh yeah. Anyway, I mixed that, I think, and I was mixing 3 or 4 songs a day, and that was really complicated stuff. Oh man, I'm sorry to the guys for not remembering that band, but I was flying. I was having a great time. My memory could just go, and then it's a performance. And if I put myself you're performing and you need to memorize all of this, I just do, and then it's okay, go with me. Here we go. Automation. Boom. Let's go. And I'm very nervous because it's a performance, right? And that's when I can really go for it. I know mixing a record what actually was all manual mixing for Ben Folds. Oh, that was one of the best times ever. I went down to Nashville and he had a little console and he only had like a couple compressors and a couple of reverbs, and man, oh man, it was one of the best times in my whole life was working with Ben on that record. And and I had people in the room watching me, so it was like, man,
that is my worst nightmare.
The performance.
It was, but it was because it was a performance, and there was no automation, and it brought me back to the days of Luther. So I was in absolute just 5 days of that. It was like magic. In fact, I hardly slept that week. I would be at the door before Ben, waiting to get in. It's like,
that's amazing. Well, I think my quickest was I mixed an Wright record, great band from Austin, in one day, 12 songs, and I had to meet somebody for dinner. So that was the quickest one. And then I have no idea how many hours I spent on it, but on the last Motorcycle record that came out, there's a 40-minute song. It took me 4 days, I think, just to assemble it all into one session and get it so I could mix it. Because it was in 6 parts. It was in 6 different sections. But I knew there was no fucking way I could mix it not as a 40-minute piece. Like, it would never happen.
Right.
So, yeah, but I don't know how long I spent on that.
I think Dream Theater, I would assume it took me, I knew it took me 2 days. It might have taken me 3 days, but you know, that's what you do. And it's like, it's not like you're sitting around. I mean, it's just complicated.
Yeah. Stuff to do. Michael, this has been absolutely amazing. And I have a feeling that down the road we can do a little part 2 and fill in some holes, because I skipped over a few hundred records, basically. So.
Yeah.
Andrew, speaking of records, Senor De La Flor pointed out in the chat that this one broke the record, and he looked up that Bill Schnee's was 4 hours and 56 minutes. You've gone to 5 hours and 6 minutes.
Have we?
So, Michael, you're now the
record
holder.
That is amazing. Well done, sir. I did not think that anybody would beat Bill Schnee's record. So.
Well, it's too bad we can't keep going. I mean, we have 15 more minutes. Can't we just do 15 more minutes?
Well, you've already got the record, but I mean, if you really want to do 15 more minutes, I can go get a beer.
I'm not looking for the record.
Oh, you've got the record. The record is yours.
Get a beer.
All right, I'll get a beer.
And then let's talk about something that's could be inspiring to the, you know.
Well, why don't we do this? You can start while I'm getting the beer. Why don't you talk a little bit about your meditation practice?
All right, that'll keep me going for a bit.
I think that could be quite inspirational. I'll be right back.
All right.
Hello,
so I'm going on almost 2 years that I've been practicing meditation, a particular one called TM, which is Transcendental Meditation. I think, and forget just our business, I think in any business, you need to give your brain a little time off. You need to give it a little time to go someplace where you go kind of below the surface. And the surface can be like this, you know, really, really rough waters. But when you learn, and I'm referring to Transcendental Meditation, which is really the easiest of all the forms, and it's also the oldest, and it's also the one that has had the most scientific work, studies done, and also it's the one that has no religion, has no philosophy. You know, it's just, and the mantra is just something that facilitates, it sets up the conditions for you to transcend, but you are always active. Your mind is always active. You're not forcing it to be clear or to do this or to do that. You're not forcing it to do anything. In fact, if you do that, it's the wrong approach. And you just kind of let it go. It's so simple that you go, wait a minute, you know, but it is. And the use of this mantra, which becomes like this, just like this thought. You don't pronounce it clearly anymore. It doesn't matter. It's just there. And what you do is you kind of think it, and then you start thinking about other things, and you realize you're not really saying, you've forgotten about the mantra, and you go back to that. And when you do the mantra, it's like a dip, up and down, up and down. That's the process. And I never felt that I needed anything else. I think I said about 6 hours ago when I was like, music was my meditation, but there's a lot of other things going on in life, and they creep in. And I think the reason why I feel that it's so important is that in my case, TM, it allows you to make better decisions, and it allows you to make better choices. Um, and it couldn't have been truer than in March, because by the time I called you, Andrew, I felt good. I knew with clarity what needed to be done, but I also wanted to know, how did you deal with the fears of the right decision, right? And I called my other good buddy, Nico Bolas, because he's the first one who stepped up and said, Michael, you got to do. And I
And
said to him,
I believe Nico texted me during this. So let me see.
oh, he might have texted me too.
Oh, he just texted Joe Raposo. That's all. All right.
Oh, that's
Good.
funny. You're right. He did that to me too.
All
So
right.
funny.
Thanks, Nico.
Thank you, Nico. And as a matter of fact, Nico also practices TM, and so of course does Al Schmidt, TM in particular. So by the time I spoke to you, I felt good. And when you transcend, you're able to kind of go down and look up at that, the way that Bob Roth describes TM a lot. It's like, when there's a tsunami, right, and the water is really, really rough, if you go down half a mile, it's absolutely quiet. And that's what TM is like. You just kind of transcend down, and then everything's a little bit clear. It's not that you haven't stopped thinking about all that stuff up there, but there's a second frequency that starts to develop, and it's a frequency that's between 8 and 12 or 8 and 10 hertz. It's just above sleeping. It's acute awareness, in a most quiet place. And for me, and you do it just twice a day. You do it 20 minutes in the morning, 20 minutes in the late afternoon before dinner. In the morning, it's just to get you ready for the day. And then the early evening is just to absorb all the stuff that's happened to you during the day. 20 minutes. And scientifically, you do not need more than 20 minutes. And the thing is that, you've heard about the Maharishi and you hear about the Beatles and you're thinking, oh, psychedelic, it's a cult thing. He was a physician. He was not a physician. He was a physicist. Physician. He was a physicist. So for him, it had to be, he studied it. He had to be proven to him. And he discovered, that this was the original meditation from, thousands of years ago. That was the first form meditation. And so all he did was he just brought it back up, and now for me, why did I need it? Because I felt hollow. Things were just, just not great. I mean, music brings me happiness, but it's not about, you can't be mixing 24 hours a day, And the thing that was amazing to me is that, that feeling you have when you're mixing, it's like you transcend. I mean, you're in a relaxed state, acute relax, and you're there, and it's a beautiful place. And you can always, because eventually you learn that you can just stay there for that period of time, and it's a really nice. And then you come out of it, and you're done. I mean, there were times when I had like slits in my eyes. I felt like I just smoked a joint, and I was like, wow, what is that? I'm so high, and I wasn't smoking. It was just that place I could go to was just so far down. And I was like, why can't I do that in my personal life? Why can't I just go to those places? Because it feels so good. And you hear this about musicians, who just, they go crazy because they can't access that unless they're playing.
Yeah.
And I was the same way. I was like, I want to access that, and I can't. Why can't I do that? I'm a pro at doing this when I'm mixing. Why can't I apply that to my life? And so that's where, when Mary Orsatti, who was my teacher, and it's 4 very fast sessions, all in sequence, 4 days in a row. And I'm like, wow, oh, this thing is really dead. I was like, this feels like what I do when I'm mixing. I'm like, yes,
I'm in.
Like,
I'm in. Yeah.
I'm in. And truly, when you go down there, and the great thing about this approach is that you have no expectations. You do not expect to have a great meditation, because if you do, you'll be disappointed. It's like some days are cool, some days are like you think you just kind of dip your toe in there. Other days you go, wow, that was great, man. I hope the next one's just as good. But if you do that, and you don't, because it's not about the short term, it's about the long term. So for those who are like wondering or thinking and needing something, but you don't want the religious part of it, and you don't want, and you, if you're like me, I can't get in a lotus position, man. There's no way, right? You don't need to be in a lotus. You just get comfortable. You want to scratch your head, you scratch your head, you're meditating. There's no like, you don't force your mind to do anything. Now, if those approaches work for you, by all means you do them. But I wasn't like that. And I wasn't one who wanted all the pictures of the different gods and stuff. I just don't, that's not the way I click, right? And so for me, I can say after 2 years, I am so grateful that I went down that road, because by the time I called you, Andrew, I was alone up here a lot. And, I had way too much time for a while. But it allowed me just to go there and just say, you know what? This is the right choice. And I found that I was making many more right choices. And so that to me is the benefit. If I can, just be as simple as possible with that.
And I think there's some real parallels with lots of stuff we talk about with mixing. The whole thing about getting perspective on your mix is you hear it from the outside. And it's the ability to assess your own thought processes from the outside, your own thoughts from the outside, your own life from the outside, without judging it. And I mean, I haven't done TM, but I've done a little bit of other types of mindfulness meditation. And one of the biggest things about it is you don't say, don't get distracted. You're going to get distracted. Your brain is a fucking monkey, and all it wants to do is think and relive old shit. But all you do is recognize it, say, is it useful? Is it not useful? Pass it on, just go on to the next one. And I've had many sessions where I'll spend half an hour thinking about stuff that happened 20 years ago that I'm still pissed off about, that I did wrong, or it doesn't matter.
And there's some meditation that say your mind is a monkey, you need to control it. Well, my mind, I am not a monkey, and my mind is always going to go wherever it wants to go.
Exactly.
And you know what? I'll dip and down. And the way, Bob Roth talks about it, and I think it's a really great way to approach it, is like you just take a neutral attitude to whatever is going on.
Yeah.
And a neutral attitude is so important to that. And then, and you go, well, yeah, but I don't know if I transcend. He goes, yeah, but if you're not transcending, then you're healing. Everything is good. I fell asleep. That's good. And that's because you needed it. It's fine. Should I do another hour? No, don't worry about it. It's just like, and do I wish I'd started this when I was 18? Well, I didn't. All right. I'm happy that I'm doing it now. I think it's really helped me. And if you're in a place where you're thinking, wow, I'm doing great, but there's just something, then try it. TM or I'm sorry, I've forgotten all the other approaches. There's a focus, there is, I don't know really. Anyway, pick one. But to me, the transcendental is the one that allows you just to really dip down and get to, they've done the science where you get down to 8 to 10. All the other meditations are really based on cognitive. You it's a cognitive mind meditation where you're forcing your
Yeah, you're
imagining,
counting your
you're
breaths, or
imagining
you're doing a
something,
mind body scan, or yeah.
you're just like, well, I'm going to do this in life and do that, which is fine if that works for you. I'm just saying, but that's the cognitive. So the frequency of when they put you on a EKG is it's a higher frequency, while TN drops it's right above sleeping, 8 to 10. So try something. But if you feel like you need something, meditation is going to really complement your lifestyle, I think.
And another, it's not even necessarily related, but this is a really helpful thing that I learned a couple years ago or whatever. And I knew bits and pieces of, but hadn't connected all the dots. So all of your physiological processes are two-way. So like tinnitus is your brain telling your ears to do stuff. So it isn't just like nerves go up to the brain and that's it. But this translates, so for stress, like I get really stressed out before I send a mix. Like I'm worried about what people are going to think. And the physical reaction to stress is you start to curl up in a ball. You make yourself small. If you ever feel stressed and you want to stop feeling stressed, stand up straight. You will no longer feel stressed. It is impossible to physiologically feel the same fear and stress if you are physically not in a position that you would be in if you were stressed and fearful. And it's kind of crazy how fast it dissipates. So if you're curled up in a ball, stand up straight. That's what I got.
Yeah.
That's it. And the
I
Christmas lights turn themselves off.
And we can try it.
Yeah. Well, the lights turn themselves off. That means it's 1:00 in the morning here. So
wow.
I think we've done it.
I think we've done it.
That's awesome.
We'll have to do a part 2, which, let's just see if people, got bored and hey, what it is. At least you and I got to talk.
But absolutely.
There's still in the chat room and everything. Everybody's really enjoying it and saying thank you for all the time. And there's some people asking for a part 2.
Yeah.
So yeah, everybody's very
amazing. Really, really cool.
For taking the time, Michael.
Cool. Let's let's wait 6 months and do a part 2 maybe.
Absolutely. Perfect.
I mean, when both of us have been doing this for this long, there's enough to be shared, and to me, the reason why I started, Mix with the Masters and why Fab did Puremix, right, is to get it out there to people who don't have the possibility of having of an internship and being taught by an engineer.
Yeah. And
so by doing this, there's access to all of you. You can really learn how we think, not just what we do. What we do is of no importance. It's why do we do what we do?
Yeah.
And by watching those videos and watching what, and Fab does it in different languages, I think Mixed Masters too. And whether it's somebody else who's going to come up with something, or you can watch your private YouTubes from maybe what Shakir does. It's like all of these things, it's to help you. We're not doing it to pay the rent. We're doing it to give back. I think we're lucky to have this gift, and those who appreciate that gift, it just makes sense. It's the right thing that you just pass it on. I could tell you all my techniques, right? But if you're not creative, it won't matter.
Yeah. And I think it's also great to use the platform for things like talking about the meditation. Like, why not? We're not experts. We're not pretending like we're, going to put you on a path or things. But I'm also I'm trying to put together for one of these Mondays more of a panel discussion about hearing loss, because I think it's really important. I think there are a lot of people in our profession who pretend they have absolutely perfect hearing, because if there's anything at all wrong with their hearing, then their career is over. And that's insane. We've all been to 500 gigs before we had molded earplugs. There's always something. And I think it's important to understand a little bit more of what's behind that and all that. So hopefully we'll be going off in some of these directions too.
And I think, having said that, there's everybody's going, oh my God, did you talk about hearing loss? Oh my God, I don't have hearing loss. You don't have hearing loss. Nobody has hearing loss, right?
Yeah.
Because that is a topic that has never been touched, for the fear.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay. So, with that said, there's a point, and go ahead and say what you want to say, but there's a point where you almost don't need your ears, because it's almost like a Yoda thing, where you're just so floating with it that it all happens without focus.
And look,
I mean, yes, you need your ears, but trust me, there will be a point. You could ask guys like Al Schmidt and Nico and how many others, that is like.
Gary Katz loves telling the story about Al Schmidt mixing a Steely Dan track just looking at the faders. And look, if it relied on perfect hearing, whatever that means, then there never would have been NS10s or Oratones. So are you fucking crazy? So, yeah.
That's so true, man.
I think we'll leave it there. And speaking of Jakir King, he's next week.
No way.
So that'll be fun.
Big hug. I mixed James Bay for him.
Yeah, he's amazing and such a nice guy. So I'm going to give him a really hard time. I think that's what I'm going to do. So, as Mark said, click buttons and things that are down below, because that helps us. Because I don't think Wild Beer is actually going to sponsor the show. So all the support we can get.
Yet.
Yeah. Well, that's true. That's true. We'll show them a little bit of that product placement. And I did drink my way in, by the way. That was an interesting and nice drink. So I highly recommend it. Yeah. That's it. I'm going to now mute the microphone and go to the thanks for watching screen, and we're all going to wave, because that's what we do. See you guys.